Yo, what's up, chat? What's up? I want to hide this a little bit. Hit that like button, guys, as you come in. Say what's up in the chat as you come in. Say where you watching from. Let me just fix this angle, guys. Alright, guys, say what's up in the chat. What's up? Welcome to the daily live stream. Hit that like button as you guys come in. It does a ton for the channel. Say where you're watching from. Interact in the chat. Remember, same rules as always. Interact in the chat. Share your opinion. I want you to share your opinion. We want you to share your opinion. Keep it cordial, respectful. Keep it short so you don't flag the AI mod. Be respectful to one another. You won't get banned here. The only thing that will get you banned is if you disrespect moderators, if you disrespect subs or supporters. But other than that, we're good. You guys aren't going to get censored here. So just do me a favor, hit the like button as you come in. Say what's up. Say where you're watching from. Yeah, and let's get ready for the daily live stream. So we got a couple things today on the chopping block. We got Jasmine Crockett up running for Senate. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene going nuclear on Mike Johnson. Let's see. We got the Dems having a blue wave in Florida. So they flipped county, I believe it was, that hasn't been red for about three. That hasn't been blue for 3 decades. So it's been red, but it hasn't been blue for about 3 decades. They flipped that. Yeah, and then we got Hakeem Jeffries on the GOP moving like a cult. Just a couple of different things that we're going to get into tonight. So I'm going to jump into the first clip of the live stream. Again, guys, do me a favor. Everything you can to support the channel. So that means hitting the like button, saying what's up in the chat, interacting with one another, being respectful so I don't have to time anybody out because I want to keep you guys in the chat so you can interact with one another. So yeah, just follow the chat rules, follow the live stream rules, and yeah, we're going to have fun. So let's get into the first clip of the live stream. Let's get started with this. Alright, so I put the first video down at the bottom so you guys can see where we're starting from. So we're starting with the blue wave in Florida. Let's take a look.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused...
From South Florida who worked in Miami politics. We have major breaking news this evening. A political earthquake has occurred in the city of Miami where Democrat Eileen Higgins has flipped the city of Miami mayor's seat for the first time in 3 decades, defeating Republican Emilio Gonzalez. This election was a stunning referendum on Trumpism in South Florida, an area that has been trending very quickly to the right. And as someone who is from South Florida, who worked in Miami politics before moving to Washington, D.C., I will tell you that this is as stunning of an upset as you could see in Florida politics, a state that has become reliably red in a county that had voted for Donald Trump in multiple election cycles in a row. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to my Substack by clicking the link to support my work. And it comes as we have another possible historic election in the state of Texas. And tonight I spoke with Jasmine Crockett, the current representative from Texas who is running for Senate, made that announcement this week. We spoke about these trends to the left we're seeing nationwide. We spoke about her contested primary, and we spoke about why she thinks she's the best person for the job to represent Texas in the United States Senate, how she's going to turn out voters that have never turned out before. But tonight, let me tell you something before we get to that interview. This Miami victory, Democrats are licking their chops because this is an area that Donald Trump won consistently. He won it in 2016, or rather, he won it in 2020. He won it in 2024. Ron DeSantis won it in 2022. Hillary Clinton won it in 2016, but it shifted. It's been shifting red historically. Why? Because Miami is a very heavy Cuban population, and Cubans tend to vote Republican. Well, Donald Trump has been good at turning them out, but today it didn't work. Eileen Higgins, the former county commissioner, who has been known as, quote, La Gringa, because she has appealed across party aisle or party affiliation. She will be the next mayor of Miami, replacing incumbent Mayor Francis Suarez. Historic, historic, historic. Now I do want to jump right in. Let's talk to Jasmine Crockett about what this could mean for Texas. Super excited today to be joined by Jasmine Crockett, who is fresh off announcing her run for United States Senate in Texas. Congresswoman, how does it feel to be in the race for United States Senate?
So I wanted to talk to you guys about a very close friend of mine, Claude. I just use Claude for everything. Like when I'm having one of those...
I am already party aisle or party affiliation. She will be the next mayor of Miami, replacing incumbent Mayor Francis Suarez. Historic, historic, historic. Now I do want to jump right in. Let's talk to Jasmine Crockett about what this could mean for Texas. Super excited today to be joined by Jasmine Crockett, who is fresh off announcing her run for United States Senate in Texas. Congresswoman, how does it feel to be in the race for United States Senate?
I am already tired and it's day one. No, but I'm excited. You know, just seeing the energy, whether it's online or whether it's just the interest leading up about the potential of my candidacy, or whether it's the text messages that I still haven't responded to. I'm excited because I think that people have been looking for and waiting for someone that they believe is going to fight for them. And so I'm ready to prove all the haters wrong and to get this done.
Well, I got to ask you, because there were some haters online talking ahead of your launch of, well, is she going to jump in? Is she not? You waited until about an hour and a half before filing deadline to jump in. What was the reason? Why did you jump in the race?
So there's a couple of things. Number one, I really did not want to take this lightly, and I did not have a lot of time. So there are people that try to plan out their whole political career. So they're like, I'm gonna jump from this position to this position to this position because I'm trying to get to that one. That's not how I've ever operated. Instead, I've been called to positions, literally been called. My predecessor called me and said, hey, you should run for Congress and take my seat. When I was looking at the state house, this was another thing where it was like a matter of a calling on me. And that's what happened with the Senate race. Listen, I wasn't looking at that. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about how the guys got together and the guys were trying to figure out if they could build a slate. And a lot of people have been talking about the fact that I was not called into those conversations. Because to be perfectly honest, I never said, oh, I'm going to go to the U.S. House so then I can go to the U.S. Senate. That was never what it is. But I think that we have to recognize that we are living in some of the most dangerous times that we have seen, at least in our lifetimes, if not ever in this country. And so what's happened is that I feel like we have to have somebody that meets the moment, and is someone who is sitting on the federal level to sit there and say, well, it's good enough that I will be your build a slate. And a lot of people have been talking about the fact that I was not called to fight for them. And so I'm ready to prove all the haters wrong. And because I just...
Who has been known as, quote, La Gringa, because she has appealed across party aisle or party affiliation. She will be the next mayor of Miami, replacing incumbent Mayor Francis Suarez. Historic, historic, historic.
Okay, so she would be the next mayor of Miami. All right. So, I mean, the numbers, I remember looking at this about a week ago when Jasmine Crockett was on a couple of different mainstream media platforms talking about her going for a Senate seat, because they said that she had to make the announcement. I think it was right after Thanksgiving. And the numbers were there. You know, she said the main reason why she was willing to run is because the numbers were there for her to win, right? So she seemed excited. Like I said, I didn't think she was going to run, because based on the redistricting, at first it seemed like it wasn't going to work in her favor. So she was real shifty about if she was actually going to do it or not. But then as time went on, she decided that she would do it. And, I mean, she seems to be getting some decent amount of traction. I haven't been tracking it too much, but now that I know that she would be replacing the person that's over Miami, now for sure I'm going to be taking a look at it, because now I'm interested to see if Miami's willing to vote for her. They might. Now that I know it's Miami and where it's exactly at, they might be willing to do it, but we'll see. We'll see. So let's see what she has to say.
Now I do want to jump right in. Let's talk to Jasmine Crockett about what this could mean for Texas. Super excited today to be joined by Jasmine.
I've ever operated. Instead, I've been called to positions, literally been called. My predecessor called me and said, hey, you should run for Congress and take my seat. When I was looking at the state house, this was another thing where it was like a matter of a calling on me. And that's what happened with the Senate race. Listen, I wasn't looking at that. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about how the guys got together and the guys were trying to figure out if they could build a slate. And a lot of people have been talking about the fact that I was not called into those conversations. Because to be perfectly honest, I never said, oh, I'm going to go to the U.S. House so then I can go to the U.S. Senate. That was never what it is. But I think that we have to recognize that we are living in some of the most dangerous times that we have seen, at least in our lifetimes, if not ever in this country. And so what's happened is that I feel like we have to have somebody that meets the moment. And as someone who is sitting on the federal level to sit there and say, well, it's good enough that I will be your voice. But that's pretty much all I can do in the House right now in a Trump presidency. When the Supreme Court decided at the last minute, if we want to talk about last minutes, the Supreme Court decided at the last minute that they would not allow the racist maps that have been put into place by the Texas House to be struck down after a Trump-appointed justice actually wrote a 160-page opinion as to why these maps were racist. That's when it was solidified for me. Because for me, I looked at it and I said, oh my God, there is no accountability for the Supreme Court when it comes to the House. It is the Senate that has the oversight over the Supreme Court. It is the Senate that confirms these justices. And ultimately, if there is ever an impeachment, it is the Senate that is going to have to find those convictions. And as a trained attorney, I sat there and thought, they have ruined our democracy for years just by stacking the court, a court that has no ethics over them whatsoever. So what do we need to do? We need to make sure that we change the numbers in the Senate. That's the reason DC doesn't have statehood. It's the reason that we don't have reproductive access. It's the reason that they were able to go through and do this mid-decade redistricting, because the bills were passed out of the House. We got the Freedom to Vote Act passed out of the House. We got the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act passed out of the House, but it was the Senate. Every time I feel as if something is going wrong, I can always point to the Senate. Same thing happened with Donald Trump. How many times was Donald Trump impeached? He was impeached twice. It was the Senate that failed to convict him. And where are we now? So for me, I can't say that I really want to be a public servant. And then knowing that I have the credentials, knowing that I'm looking at the numbers, and the numbers say that in this state, that is majority minority, 61% people of color, and knowing that the numbers say that I perform the best with Latinos, I perform the best with African Americans, and knowing that Beto came the closest, whether we're talking about a moderate or a progressive, Beto is definitely considered a progressive. Mm-hmm. Beto came closest, and you know why? Because he did best with Black and Latino folk. And so at the end of the day, I could sit there and say, yes, God, I see all of this information in front of me, and I can see that this court is the one that is stopping us from having nice things.
I'm sorry, chat. It's late. I'm a little stressed out. All right, so Jasmine Crockett, she's also on a ticket with James Tellerico. James Tellerico is somebody who, I think right now he's right beneath her. So they're close in percentage as far as trajectory as to who will win. He's a Democrat as well. He's somebody that I've been covering on the channel for months. Like at least 6 months. But I've been covering him for some time because he's interesting to me. He's someone who is extremely into politics, but he also likes to use scripture to kind of like entangle that with his, I guess you could say, policies. But it's interesting because it's always a twist to it. The church that he serves at, usually there's a gay and a trans flag behind him. Which at this point, I don't care if the church is affirming in that way. The church that specific church has the right to make that choice. But what I'm saying is that usually when you're in a church like that, the theology at its foundation is a little bit rocky. So James Tellerico is somebody I've had my eyes on for some time. I can't lie. I mean, with Jasmine Crockett, we know what to expect. We kind of know, we know what we're gonna get, right? When we see Jasmine Crockett, James, he's so much more. I don't know, shrewd. Like he's a lot more undercover, and because of that reason, you know, like I don't know, like I give him the side eye pretty often. I'm trying to be fair with him, and I'm going to play a couple more things by him on the channel so you guys can kind of get familiar with him, because he's the next runner up. So if Jasmine doesn't win, I believe he would be the person. He would be the Democrat that would take it.
And just say I'm okay because I'm comfortable and I can be in the house. We are not in a comfortable moment. And so sometimes you have to step up and do what is uncomfortable if it means that you can effectuate real change.
Well, you mentioned that all boys club meeting that happened over the summer with one of your opponents, James Tallarico. Now, what do you say to a Texas voter who says, I've got a tough choice. I got two rising stars in front of me. I got Tallarico and I got Jasmine Crockett. Why am I supposed to support Jasmine Crockett?
Skip this video if the starving kids in Gaza don't bother you. Right now, thousands of kids in...
Yeah, so I think
It's James Tallarico. Now, what do you say to a Texas voter who says, I've got a tough choice. I got two rising stars in front of me. I got Tallarico and I got Jasmine Crockett. Why am I supposed to support Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, so I think this just comes down to experience. Right now, we know that we're living in an unprecedented time. We're living in a time in which I don't think anyone saw our foundation being broken the way that it's been broken. So number one, I think that my legal training is an advantage in this moment, because when we're starting to talk about almost anything that we can talk about that people are very frustrated about, whether it's the overreach on the tariffs, whether we're talking about the impoundment of congressional funds, to the extent that we know that hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives because they decided to illegally impound USAID funds, or whether we're talking about the fact that ICE has decided that there is no due process for anyone, including U.S. citizens, right? They have decided that if we look at you and if you talk a certain way, then that's enough for us to take you into custody. And so we have a record number of not only deaths because they have been violating people's constitutional rights and using unwarranted force on people, but we also have an unprecedented amount of U.S. citizens that have been arrested. I think at this moment in time, for sure, we not only need someone who knows those very real stories, because I get the phone calls. I'm the one that gets the phone calls about people being concerned about their Social Security. I'm the one that gets the phone calls about whether or not their Medicaid or Medicare is going to go through. And so you want someone, at least in this moment, that has that experience. Obviously, I've worked on the state level as well, so I understand the differences between the two. And I can tell you that it was completely different coming to the federal level. And in this moment, I think experience is going to matter more than ever. I don't have anything bad to say about James Tallarico. I'm sure people want there to be some kind of fist fight, but I don't believe in that. My issue is with those on the other side. But there was a reason that I entered the race, and it wasn't because of James Tallarico. It was because of Jasmine Crockett. It was because of the numbers that showed that I have a path to actually winning, because I could build this diverse coalition, a diverse coalition that was required for any win that we saw on November 4th. And so it is going to be important for those people that historically it felt like nobody's talking to them, those people that I typically am able to actually break through and get to. It's important that we bring them in. The conversation keeps being about how are we going to...
Yeah, I didn't think she would have much bad to say about him, honestly. I guess that was a smart comeback that she used. You know, she said, I don't have anything to say bad about James. He's a pretty sharp candidate. He is. Like I said, I've been covering him on the channel for some time now. So I've watched James. Like, he's a pretty put together candidate. He usually does pretty good at his Senate hearings, as far as like grilling people and getting his point across, but still comes off very meek and mild-mannered at the same time. So, I mean, on the outside, to me, like for the Democratic Party, he does kind of look like a powerhouse, but it's just going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. So we'll just keep watching and we'll see what happens. So, you know, shout out to Miami. Let's see who they end up with. All right, guys, let's move on to the next clip. All right, Forbes breaking news.
Okay.
It's interesting.
All right, shout out to Forbes breaking news. So we got Marjorie Taylor Greene goes nuclear on White House Speaker Mike Johnson. So apparently women are not being taken seriously. Now this is going to be amongst the Conservative Party. This is going to be amongst the Republican Party. I would say this is not a shocker to us. Anybody that understands anything about the Republican Party or the conservatives, they know that they can be, I don't know, let's just say they can be a little bit brash sometimes with women. That's the word that we'll use, because some people will say, oh, now you're taking up and you're being on the side of the liberals. And I'm like, no, just trying to explain to the more general audience that may not understand. So let's take a look at what has Marjorie Taylor Greene so worked up.
Your Republican colleague, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, says in a new opinion piece that Speaker Mike Johnson, and I'm quoting her now, is better than his predecessor. The frustrations of being a rank-and-file House member are compounded as certain individuals or groups remain marginalized within the party, getting little say. Women will never be taken seriously until leadership decides to take us seriously. Speaker Johnson recently said, he's the, quote, biggest champion of women GOP lawmakers. Do you predict that some sort of women's revolt in the Republican House conference could take place?
I read her op-ed and I thought it was masterfully written, and she's right. And this is something that I've been speaking out against for quite some time now. It is extremely frustrating as a rank-and-file Republican member. And in our majority, our Republican majority, that many of us women are not taken seriously, and our legislation is not taken seriously. I'll give you an example right now. Mike Johnson promised me that one of our it's in my bill, it's called Protect Children's Innocence Act. It's a key piece of legislation that is one of President Trump's top campaign promises, and that's to protect any child under the age of 18 from gender-affirming care. Our position is let these kids grow up. They need to grow up before they do any permanent changes to their body. Mike Johnson, that bill has passed through the Judiciary Committee. It is ready to go for a House floor vote. Johnson promised me a vote on it after the shutdown, and it has yet come to the floor.
Why do you think that Johnson says he's the biggest champion of women? And do you think that there could be more defections, particularly a revolt, as Wolf said, among women in the GOP?
Well, you're seeing it. I don't know how he can speak out of one side of his mouth, but his actions fully show the hypocrisy. Anna Paulina Luna, she has a discharge petition now on a bill that she fully believes in to change the way members of Congress are allowed to own stocks, and she has that in a discharge petition. Can't get the support from the Speaker to bring it to the floor for a vote. But you've seen Elise Stefanik. She went to war with the Speaker just last week over an amendment she had that was extremely important. So you're seeing Republican women lash out directly at the Speaker because he sidelines us and doesn't take us seriously.
I'm Alonso, a whaler who's roamed the coastal towns, carrying my net and hobble, trading my catch for booze and supply.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go back and play that one more time just so I can listen. I was paying attention to the chat. Give me a minute.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting. Your Republican colleague, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, says in a new opinion piece that Speaker Mike Johnson, and I'm quoting her now, is better than his predecessor. The frustrations of being a rank-and-file House member are compounded as certain individuals or groups remain marginalized within the party, getting little say. Women will never be taken seriously until leadership decides to take us seriously. Speaker Johnson recently said, he's the, quote, biggest champion of women GOP lawmakers. Do you predict that some sort of women's revolt in the Republican House conference could take place?
I read her op-ed and I thought it was masterfully written, and she's right. And this is something that I've been speaking out against for quite some time now. It is extremely frustrating as a rank-and-file Republican member. And in our majority, our Republican majority, that many of us women are not taken seriously, and our legislation is not taken seriously. I'll give you an example right now. Mike Johnson promised me that one of our it's in my bill, it's called Protect Children's Innocence Act. It's a key piece of legislation that is one of President Trump's top campaign promises, and that's to protect any child under the age of 18 from gender-affirming care. Our position is
Now this sounds interesting, right? This almost sounds like they wish that they were getting the treatment that the liberal women get, right? Like that they get on the Democratic side, because it's almost like between Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's almost like they're saying, yeah, kind of behind, like maybe we seem unified, but behind closed doors, like the men could care less about whatever policy or legislation we come up with. Like they don't take us seriously at all. So I'm like, it's interesting to hear them talk like this. It's interesting to hear this side of things on the conservative side, when the women, now they're starting to say things like, yeah, they don't take us seriously over here. Like, right? And I'm sure people like AOC and Jasmine Crockett are eating this up.
These kids grow up. They need to grow up before they do any permanent changes to their body. Mike Johnson, that bill has passed through the Judiciary Committee. It is ready to go for a House floor vote. Johnson promised me a vote on it after the shutdown, and it has yet come to the floor.
Why do you think that Johnson says he's the biggest champion of women? And do you think that there could be more defections, particularly a revolt, as Wolf said, among women in the GOP?
Well, you're seeing it. I don't know how he can speak out of one side of his mouth, but his actions fully show the hypocrisy. Anna Paulina Luna, she has a discharge petition now on a bill that she fully believes in to change the way members of Congress are allowed to own stocks, and she has that in a discharge petition. Can't get the support from the speaker to bring it to the floor for a vote. But you've seen Elise Stefanik. She went to war with the speaker just last week over an amendment she had that was extremely important. So you're seeing Republican women lash out directly at the speaker because he sidelines us and doesn't take us seriously.
Wow, that's how she wanted to end it. That he sidelines us and doesn't take us seriously. So that's how she says Republican women feel about White House Speaker Mike Johnson. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. All right, guys, let's move. You know, that's why I said it's interesting. It almost sounds like they wish that they were getting the treatment that the women on the Democratic side get, right? Almost like we wish we were being heard more. We wish we were being treated more fairly. That's what it sounds like coming from MTG and Nancy Mace. So I think that that's quite interesting to hear it from that side. Let's go to the next clip.
Taxes is feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
All right, shout out to Forbes Breaking News. We got Hakeem Jeffries on how the GOP just moves like a cult. I thought it was interesting that he just came out blatantly and said that. Let's take a listen.
Another question on AI, actually. President Trump has indicated that this week he's going to sign an executive order to sort of restrict states' abilities to regulate AI. Republicans in Congress tried to avert this over the summer with a reconciliation bill. The NBA recently was talked about. I'm curious, just broadly, what you think of that idea. Do you think it's appropriate to try to preempt state-level AI laws in the absence of a more comprehensive federal framework?
Well, the Donald Trump my way to highway approach on all the things, including artificial intelligence, is not in the best interest of the American people, and it's not even clear that he's got the lawful authority to do it. And of course, that's been the case over and over and over again. But Republicans bend the knee to Donald Trump. They just function in a cult-like fashion. And so as a result, what we've seen is Congress, in so many different areas, has advocated its responsibility to actually serve as a separate and co-equal branch of government. And instead, what Republicans do...
So that's where that comes from. He says that they just bend the knee to President Trump, right? He says that he has this my way or the highway type of rhetoric set up, and that if you don't follow it, you know, you kind of get booted. So the Democrats kind of just bend the knee to President Trump.
Is that they just function as a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda over and over and over again. And so in this particular area, artificial intelligence, with its transformative potential to really bring a lot of societal good to the American people, while at the same period of time, Congress having a responsibility to make sure that we can prevent bad actors from harming everyday Americans. We need Congress in the game. And on the House Republican side, they refuse to do anything thoughtful, common sense, or bipartisan. And that really is the reason why we've launched this House Democratic Commission.
Get more out of payments with AI and strike the balance.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries is not afraid to go on the record and say, listen, they just move like a cult. I mean, he said things like that before. He says things like that quite often, if I'm honest. But his whole thing about President Trump, them bending their knee to President Trump, he says, listen, the only reason why that's happening is because Trump has pretty much a my way or the highway thing in place, right? I don't think a lot of people would argue that. I don't even think people in his cabinet would argue that. I just think that, I've said this a couple of times on a different live stream, that the most important thing to Trump's cabinet is unification, right? So they want to present a unified front, even if we as the American people can see through it, and to us it doesn't look like a unified front at all, but that's still nonetheless what they want to present. All right, let's jump into the next news clip. You good over there?
The Trump administration has announced a few changes to free entry days at our national parks, cutting MLK Day and Juneteenth.
The administration will no longer allow people to use national parks for free on those days. Instead, it will offer a new free entry day, President Trump's birthday, which also happens to be Flag Day.
News Forster Wilder spoke with Kay Wise-Whitehead from Loyola University about the social and cultural implications.
What your initial reaction was to the news that these 2 days in particular would no longer be free for people who want to visit our national parks?
I was not surprised. This has been pretty much a slow simmer. It started before this recent election, when we had books being banned around the country, that kind of intentional erasure that was happening of Black history. Whether or not you were banning books about Black people or banning books written by Black people, you saw that this was a long road we were walking. It led into the cancellation and making things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, critical race theory, making them illegal. You can't even talk about them. You then banned the words from being used in federal documents. You fired Black folks who were in positions of authority in the federal government, and then you went for the Smithsonian, what we call our Blacksonian. So we've been saying hands off our history this entire year. So to get to this point, where it is very clear that if people were confused about what the real goal is, at least one of the goalposts is around the erasure, the dismantling, the dissemination of where Black history is at this point, this cements for us to take those 2 days, MLK's birthday, which is a national holiday, Juneteenth, which is a national holiday, and now people have to pay to go into the park on those days, and the day you make a free day, which you call Flag Day, which has never really been a big celebration day, is also the birthday of the president. Like, this is just a no-no moment for us to realize exactly what is happening here when it comes to our history.
How do allies help move forward?
I don't know what people are more mad about, the fact that he took the 2 days or the fact that Flag Day happens to be on his birthday, because I'm thinking to myself, would they care if it was Flag Day if it wasn't his birthday? Because then, a lot of people might justify and say, well, yeah, sure, the American flag, like that, yeah, national parks should be kind of free on that day. So it's like, of course, why not? But then it's kind of like, I don't know, it's President Trump's birthday, so at the same time, I don't think people are going to be happy with that.
The progress and the conversation about Black history, Black cultural contributions, when things like this are coming from the White House?
Because allies need to help us to understand and help us to realize and accept for themselves. They can go into circles where we can't go. They can take the message into places where maybe I might not be invited or my voice might not be heard. People need to understand, and this is why allies are important. You don't have to be Black to understand the importance of Black history. You don't have to be a woman to speak up for the rights of women. Like, we have to stop narrowing the struggle, saying it only matters to you if it's happening to you. These are humanitarian issues. These are American issues. We have survived this long because we are actually reaching across the aisle, grabbing the hands of our neighbors, saying, your struggles are my struggles.
Oh, it's also starting in January. International visitors will be charged an extra $100 to visit national parks.
Trust Our Bank's mission is to support our local community. That's why we're once again supporting NBC4's Food for Family. Help give local families a brighter holiday season by making a donation at NBCWashington.com/community.
The Trump administration has announced a few changes to
People need to understand, and this is why allies are important. You don't have to be Black to understand the importance of Black history. You don't have to be a woman to speak up for the rights of women. Like, we have to stop narrowing the struggle, saying it only matters to you if it's happening to you. These are humanitarian issues. These are American issues. We have survived this long because we are actually reaching across the aisle, grabbing the hands of our neighbors, saying, your struggles are my struggles.
Oh, it's also starting in January. International visitors will be charged an extra $100 to visit national parks.
Why allies are important. You don't have to be Black to understand the importance of Black history. You don't have to be a woman to speak up for the rights of women. Like, we have to stop narrowing the struggle, saying it only matters to you if it's happening to you. These are humanitarian issues. These are American issues. We have survived this long because we are actually reaching across the aisle, grabbing the hands of our neighbors, saying, your struggles are my struggles.
Oh, it's also starting in January. International visitors will be charged an extra $100 to visit national parks.
What? Okay. Yeah, I rewinded that 3 times because I had to check what I was hearing. At first, I thought it was just visitors in general. So international visitors are going to be charged an extra $100 to visit a national park. Wow, that's insane. Okay, that's an extra $100. Yeah, if I didn't live in the United States, I wouldn't come visit any park now. That's crazy. But I mean, if they're tourists and they're visiting, they're probably gonna do it. Extra $100 is crazy work. That's crazy. So if you want to go to 3 national parks, you're gonna pay $300. Man, that's insane. All right, guys, let's move to the next news clip. All right. So next up, we got the poll sharing how Jasmine Crockett is going to do. But here's the thing about Flag Day. Would people really be upset if Flag Day wasn't President Trump's birthday? I'm just wondering. Or would people really be upset if it was a president's birthday but not President Trump's birthday, right? Because if Flag Day was, let's say if Flag Day was Lincoln's birthday, people probably wouldn't care too much. That's interesting, though. Okay, so Flag Day, and it's on his birthday. So people are gonna hate that. Like once he exits office, people are gonna hate that. While he's in office, they can justify it and they can say, "Come on, guys, let's not be bitter about this. This is our president. Let's still support him." But yeah, once he leaves office, and it's like the only day that you can get in for free is like on Flag Day, which is also Donald Trump's birthday. Many people who didn't vote for Donald Trump are going to be pretty pissed off about that. All right, guys, let's go to the next clip.
Today is bringing some shakeups in the upcoming race for the U.S. Senate seat here in Texas. Former Congressman Colin Allred now says he will pivot from running in that primary to instead go for a seat again in the U.S. House. Meanwhile, an official announcement is set to come in less than half an hour from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett after she officially filed to run in the Senate primary. Now, while we await her remarks, we are joined this afternoon by Joshua Blank. He is the research director for the Texas Politics Project, which has conducted some polling about the Senate race in Texas. Josh, welcome back to the show, and thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, Will.
So with Colin Allred no longer running statewide, that potentially sets up a Democratic Senate primary between two main candidates, Jasmine Crockett and State Representative James Tallarico here in Austin. So what does your polling show about their two standings with Texas voters?
Well, overall, Representative Crockett is the most well-known of the two candidates right now, and part of that has to do with her meteoric rise in Texas politics, but ultimately the way that she has really provided herself with a national Crockett is the most well-known of the two candidates right now, and part of that has to do with her meteoric rise in Texas politics, but ultimately the way that she has really provided herself with a national profile that has in a lot of ways led her to make this decision to run for the U.S. Senate. And so while about the 30% of voters have a positive view of Representative Crockett, about 30% have a negative view, when you look among Texas Democrats, nearly 2/3, 62% say they have a favorable view as of October of Representative Crockett. When it comes to State Representative James Tallarico, it's about 43% of Democrats, which I should say is no small share given that.
Yeah, 43% I would say is good. She's at 62. So she's almost beating him by 20%, but not quite. But like I said, like he's not as known as she is, but he's someone who I've kept my eye on. So if you're into politics, maybe you do know who James Tallarico is and you're a familiar young guy from Texas, Democrat from Texas. Like I said, pretty solid, pretty put together dude for the most part, very meek, mild-mannered. He likes to mix his Christian beliefs, with his policy, kind of. I've seen him preach at the church a couple times, do sermons. Like I said, he has a gay flag and a trans flag behind him. If a church chooses to support that, the church can take its own stance in doing so. Not that it's biblical, but they can just choose to do that. But with that being said, I said earlier, usually churches that have those flags behind them, their theology is usually on rocky foundation. So that's interesting sometimes when I've listened to his sermons. But I think that he's very shrewd. Like he's very hidden. He seems very undercover. Like there's things about him that I kind of side eye. But like I said, he's just not as well known as Jasmine Crockett. But I know that he's going to be somebody who, he seems like a powerhouse at the same time. So even though there's these things about him that I'm kind of like, there's also a lot of strengths that I can see. So that's why I'm like, yeah, as he becomes more well-known and he gains more traction, I think he'll do well for himself. I don't know. I think at some point he'll close the gap between him and Jasmine Crockett. So I'm not really sure exactly what that looks like. 62% is decent, so I get what she says now when she said the numbers show that she could win, because that is a decent amount. So let's keep watching.
He is a state representative.
Sure. So what will these two candidates have to work on most with voters, according to what you found in your polls?
Well, interestingly enough, both are actually relatively well known to the Democratic electorate, and what they're going to want to be doing is expanding on some of the strengths that they have. Representative Crockett has developed a really strong national profile and has really, painted herself to some degree as a fighter. Representative Tallarico has taken a very, different tack and really has positioned himself somewhat as a moderate in some sense, but really has used his social media profile to build a unique brand for himself. And it's going to be interesting to see two candidates who actually enter the race relatively well known to Democrats fighting it out.
Yeah, each of them have millions of followers on social media, so we'll see how that factors into things. But
and millions of dollars.
That is true as well. So the Republican Senate primary, we can't forget about that as well, is crowded with three major candidates filing to run in this. That's incumbent John Cornyn, Attorney General Ken Paxton, and Congressman Wesley Hunt. Where do these three men stand now with Republican voters in the state?
Well, look, the reality of this race and what's really motivated a lot of what's going on both sides is this expectation that Senator Cornyn, the incumbent, is going to face a difficult primary challenge, in particular from Attorney General Ken Paxton. The polling numbers generally bear this out in the sense that amongst the most active Republican voters and amongst some of the most conservative voters in the state, Ken Paxton is seen more favorably than is Senator Cornyn, who has a longer record and more compromises under his belt that have ultimately led to some suspicion amongst corners within the Republican Party. For Representative Hunt, it's going to be difficult to overcome a lack of name recognition that both Cornyn and Paxton have among the Republican electorate. But all in all, this should be a very competitive race between these three men. And in reality, whoever comes out of this is going to be somewhat bruised at the end.
Okay, so I want to ask a little bit more about some of the issues that could shape up and emerge as the biggest themes for this campaign. So the economy and affordability have been two big issues that have dominated a lot of the conversations out there politically. So how does that look for Texas voters from what you found?
Look, Texas is still a big part of the United States. In fact, some would say the biggest part.
Right.
But the reality is that Texans are in a similar position to a lot of Americans. They've expressed consistent concern about prices, about the economy, about affordability, the cost of living, the cost of housing, healthcare. And that has not deviated in much of the polling. What has deviated in a lot of ways is the focus that Texas Republicans tend to have on immigration and the border. And in some ways, what's most interesting about this election cycle is acknowledging and recognizing is that with immigration and the border somewhat taken off the table because of the president's, capturing of that issue, it means that there is going to have to be a pretty open discussion about issues of affordability and both, within the parties and then between the parties, who is going to address it and how.
Okay, that is just the beginning of our conversation. Josh, I know we'll have you back at some point very soon to talk more about the numbers in your latest poll, but that is Josh Blank with the Texas Politics Project. Thank you again for being with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Shout out to Josh. He's pretty knowledgeable about James Tellerico, which is a good thing because, like I said, a lot of people are not. And I think that he's going to be a powerhouse. He knows that they're both popular amongst Democrats, going off of James's 42%. But that's why I say as he gains traction and more people get to know him, see who he is, they listen to him speak, they watch his demeanor, how he is, I think that he's going to gain a lot more traction. I think he'll do substantially well for himself. So it's going to be interesting to see just as we get closer to the midterm. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. All right, let's go to the next clip, guys.
This is the freedom. I'm coming to my process immigration. What country are you from? I'm from Western Sahara.
Hi there and welcome to my channel. Somalis are being deported from the state of Minnesota in America due to fraud. The money that was meant for autism and HHS program has been defrauded in America. And President Donald Trump has said that he's going to remove TPS and many of Somalis will be deported back to Somalia. I've put together some more clips so that you can watch and learn more of what is happening in America concerning the fraud in Minnesota by Somalis. And if you have not subscribed to my channel, kindly subscribe, leave your comment about what is happening, like the video, and you can also share the videos. I want to give credit to the creators of these clips. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you.
Why did Amazon send me these monthly royalties? Let me explain. Because it wasn't luck, and it definitely wasn't typical. It started when I began using Amazon.
Trump is about to deport hundreds of Somali Americans right now.
Moving on, 64 Somalis arrived at the JKIA today after being deported from the United States. The 71 were accompanied by U.S. security officials.
Y'all remember when they was telling black Americans that they could get deported? Remember? 5 minutes later.
When they're saying they're going to deport me, knowing full well that you cannot deport an American citizen.
Now, if Ilhan Omar, a Somalian refugee, can't get deported, a black American most definitely can't get deported. We've been community leaders, business leaders, and youth leaders from the Somali community and from the Muslim community in Minnesota. And we're gathered here today to fully support and endorse President Trump.
We're not black, we're not Arab, we're Somali. Let me start off by why we're not black. This is black. This is brown. And there's not a single person in the world that's this skin color. Do your research. Black is the absence of color. It's what you get when there's no color. It's what you get when you turn off the light. You get black. And yes,
we are Somalis, not black. There, I said it. Somalis are not black.
For a very long time, the Somali community or Somalis in America have not wanted to identify with blackness. They have not wanted to identify with the black community or have wanted nothing to do with black Americans. But now that Donald Trump is threatening to deport all of them or most of them, if not all of them, that's when they are now calling for black unity. That is when they are remembering black Americans. Now they want black Americans to stand with them during this tough time. Now they want black people to help them fight Donald Trump. They are now all of a sudden calling for black unity.
Somali says black Americans don't know their fathers.
And Americans, they don't even know their fathers. They don't even know their fathers. It was all of them, most of them were the product of one night stand. One night stand. They would tell you, I don't know my father. Well, who named you? Whose name are you carrying? Well, my mother chose his name for me. And I don't know. Is that what we want for our ummah? No.
I keep screaming this from every mountaintop I can. That's Hassan Ali, and this is Ilhan Omar. We know who Ilhan Omar. Hassan is the president or prime minister of Somalia. They had a roundtable meeting with nothing but Africans talking about getting in to American politics, but understanding that they are 100% Somalian and they will never change.
Now, this right here, what he's saying is not a lie. This is part of the reason why I've been saying for so long that Ilhan Omar is problematic. Because she says things like that in the public square. She says things like that when she has press conferences. She's going on record to say things like, you know, I will always look out for the best interests of Somalia and Somalis. Like this is for years. She's been saying things like this. And this is why I said she's problematic. So I said if anybody put a spotlight on the Somalis, it was her. Because she just happens to be Somalian. She's a representative. And she talks crazy about the country. And also about the president of the United States. She has literally said things like America's becoming a third world country. Just because it's not exactly how it used to be when she first got here. She says ridiculous things in the public square. Let's keep watching.
In this clip that I'm about to show, Mr. Ali, Hassan Ali, is talking, and he's letting it be known that Ilhan Omar is there to take a black American seat in Congress.
It is very important in Ilhan time, Somali time, Somalia, I see this time. Didn't do what to say of more.
They are not here to be our friends. They are not here to fight for all black people. They are here to fight for Somalians. That's it. Those are not my words. It's their words. It's their actions, right? So before y'all jump on here, look, just another jealous black American. I'm not jealous of anything. We can't be beat. We're undefeated here. That's something y'all forgot. Mind you, this shit was on camera. So I want to know what y'all got to say about that. I already know that black Americans have no allies at all. We don't have friends here. We don't have allies here, especially Africans. It's sad, but it's true. And it's not coming from us. It's coming from you guys, because you guys come over here to this country, automatically look at us as enemy number one. Then you get caught on camera doing this kind of shit. This is absolutely crazy, but I love when people show their true colors. Please tell me who you are so I can believe you the first time.
Enough to understand that members of Congress can't be impeached. When you have Nancy and Randy saying, we're on it, we're going to impeach her. When they're saying they're going to deport me, knowing full well that you cannot deport an American citizen.
So all year, immigrants been running around screaming, Black Americans, y'all going to be deported next. Y'all going to be deported too. But you got an immigrant saying that she can't be deported because she's an American citizen, a naturalized citizen. When Black Americans are birthright citizens, we can't be deported. But yet, immigrants of all creed and colors, all of the immigrants, not just the black ones, but the white ones, the Native Americans, the Latinos, of course the Africans and Caribbeans, they always screaming, oh, y'all next. They deporting black people too. Y'all next. Y'all gonna get deported next, Black Americans. Y'all think they're not gonna deport y'all if they're deporting there? But you got an immigrant saying that she can't be deported because she's a citizen. She's a naturalized citizen. Her citizenship can be revoked, by the way. But it's funny how they, when they're under the fire, it's like they know all the fucking rules and laws and, we can't be deported, but they want to fearmonger and try to mislead Black Americans to feel like they want to be deported. The psychological warfare these people are playing on Black Americans is nasty. It's insidious. Trump, please hurry up and get these motherfuckers.
There was a moment there where I really thought it was going to pass out.
What's out of here?
Somali welfare queen Ilhan Omar called me out for exposing the massive and widespread welfare fraud being perpetrated by the Somali community in Minnesota. The other day I made a video uncovering their latest $500 million fraud scheme that stole taxpayer money intended to help children with autism.
Now, he is right when he says that her citizenship can be revoked. So the fact that she's saying, he knows absolutely that he can't impeach a member of Congress. He knows that he can deport me. I'm thinking to myself, it's interesting because when you don't make yourself very familiar with the law in some of the, I guess, let's say, dare I say, loopholes of the law, this is when it can kind of catch you off guard and you can find yourself in a position you never thought that you would be in. So I would be careful because Ilhan, the reason why I think President Trump can do something is just because of some of the things that she said, and she said them in a public square. So because she said them in a public square, he can easily go back. I don't know. They can call it anything. They can call it treason. Some of the things that she said, they can call it terroristic threats. They can say whatever they want. And that's because she's already put it out there. So I would just be careful when she's saying, they can't do this and they can't do that. Marco Rubio already went on record to say, listen, that visas and citizenship and things like that is a privilege that the United States reserves the right to revoke. We reserve the right to take it away. And Marco Rubio said that. He wasn't playing. So let's keep watching.
And funneled it to an Islamic terror group back in Somalia. This video already has over 1.5 million views, so I'll link it at the end if you haven't already seen it. But apparently this video also reached Ilhan Omar because she held a press conference where she addressed the situation and didn't condemn the Somali community for continuously stealing taxpayer money, but instead condemned people like me for the great crime of reporting about their fraud. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel, but let's start with this crazy clip of Ilhan Omar saying the purpose of the United States government is to serve the interests of Somalia.
jawaabteedu waxay ahayd dowladda Mareykanka waxay ka qabanaysaa wixii annaga aan dhahno dowladda Mareykanka ka qabo. Waa kalsoonidaas inaan isku qabno annaga Soomaali haddii aan nahay. Waddankaan annaga ku nool. Waddankaan waddankii aan annaga tax ka dhiibno waaye. Waa wadankii gabar idinka dhalatayne ee Congress-ka fadhiso. Intii aniga aan Congress joogo, wadanka Soomaaliya biyaheeda dad kaleete iyo badeeda dad kale ma qaadanaya. Wadanka Mareykankana kuma taageerayo dad kaleete in anaga ayna dhacaan. Marka taas ka seexda reer Minnesota gabadhii Congress-a u dirsateen way idinka warhaysaa sidaad idinka u dareemaysiin dantaas ay u dareemeen.
In every video I make covering Somali fraud in Minnesota, and there's a handful at this point, I always have a new clip of Ilhan Omar clearly, explicitly, openly, and proudly stating she represents the interests of Somalia. And my question is, at what point do we take her at her word and denaturalize this woman? Or at bare minimum,
See, and Brandon's not the only person that's caught that. So he says there's many clips, several clips where Ilhan Omar is talking in a public square, but she's on record saying she only cares about the interests of Somalia and Somalians. Like this, she's been saying this stuff for years. This is not just recent.
Move her from the United States House of Representatives. Ilhan Omar and the Somali community in Minnesota represents the single biggest mistake of our immigration policy over the last 80 years. We imported people from the third world into our country who don't want to be American, but want to live in America. I'm going to say it again. They don't want to be American, but they want to live in America. The same values and cultures that failed to build Somalia into a functioning nation are the same values and cultures white liberals in Minnesota encourage them to maintain. They want to be Somalian in every single aspect, but do so in the safety of Minnesota. And instead of integrating into our society and expecting our government to do what's best for its citizens, they expect the government to represent their interests, which is the betterment of Somalia. But here's Ilhan freaking out about Donald Trump revoking temporary protective status for Somalis and vowing to engage in literal immigration fraud to protect them from deportation. President of the United States would dare to deport Somalis who are illegally here and engaging in massive welfare fraud back to Somalia, the place that they claim to love. It's because it is not in the best interest of Somalia to deport the people who are robbing American taxpayer money and sending it back to enrich Somalia. They will do whatever is best for Somalia, whether that's stealing $350 million of welfare funds for hungry children, $500 million meant to help children with autism, or engaging in immigration fraud to make sure that their cash cow does not stop. Ilhan Omar married her own brother to circumvent immigration law, and she's offended that we look suspiciously upon people who break our laws to enter our country and then continue to break our laws by stealing money meant to help children and funnel it back to the place that they allegedly had to flee from. Oh yeah, how dare Donald Trump. She's only this openly entitled because, as she stated in the last clip, she believes the U.S. government exists to serve the benefits of Somalis in Minnesota on behalf of Somalia, the country. But in this next clip, she puts her foot in her mouth and accidentally exposes the entire scam for why Somalis pick to live in Minneapolis.
Hey, what's up, America? Somalians are starting to be deported in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh yes, apparently that started last night, as ICE agents and Homeland Security have been spotted in Minneapolis, Minnesota, rounding up Somalians who are committing fraud to get into America. Yep, it looks like that's finally happening. See, not too long ago, about 80 people from Somalia were arrested in a $1 billion Feed the Poor scandal, where they were pretending to feed the poor and just pocketing the money. And some of that money went back home to Somalia to terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab. Well, it looks like Donald Trump is finally sick of that fucking riffraff committing fraud. And it looks like ICE and Homeland Security is ramping up presence all throughout Minnesota. So footage has come out showing some of those people that were committing fraud being forcibly removed by ICE agents last night. Oh, and guess what? We're hearing that there may be moves coming out in Dearborn, Michigan as well. I'll update you with that coming up. So this is a fantastic job, and this is fantastic news.
A high-quality Japanese-style kitchen knife as a gift for less than $20. Holy shit, it's amazing. Seriously, this is a one...
In this country...
See, somebody might be looking at him like, how is that fantastic news? But that's what some people want. They want her to be deported. They want her to go back to where she came from, because a lot of people, they don't like the way that she speaks about America or about President Trump or about her time since she's been here. People have also deemed her as ungrateful.
We do not blame the lawlessness of an individual on a whole community.
What we also know is that there is not a single evidence that the president or his cronies have put forth that there are any single resource from taxpayers in Minnesota that has gone to aid and abet terrorism. That language is dangerous. That language puts the lives of Somalis not only in Minnesota, but across the country in danger. And if the president believed that, and he had evidence, he would take people to court. So we are sick and tired of the president waking up one day and deciding to put forth falsehoods and demonize whole communities, while the ignorant people that support him then take the lies that he's spreading and use it as a fact. We've seen it during the campaign where he said Asians were eating cats and dogs. We've seen his vice president repeat those lies. We've seen the media run it as a headline as if it was a fact. That is shameful. That is shameful. That is ignorant. It makes us look like a stupid nation that does not believe in truth but traffics in lies. It makes the world mock us, and we are better than that. We are better than that as Americans.
Breaking news, the Somali community in the United States are now facing a trough in the United States, whereby Donald Trump went ahead and actually said they need to be deported over fraud. He announced an immediate termination of temporary deportation in Minnesota, citing fraud. And let me tell you, the Somalians in the United States are actually protesting, whereby some of them in Minnesota are saying they are there to stay, they never get there by mistake. You won't believe this. And according to reports, half of the Somali community in Minneapolis, Minnesota, got there by fraud, according to the Immigration and Customs Services. The allegation include fake marriages, fake documents, fake sponsorship, whereby a lot of people say they are doing business with a particular company, but when they try to cite on that particular company, they find it null and void. And some of them have actually visa overstayed. And according to reports, the operation targets specific cases identified by data, not the entire Somalia community. And let me tell you, according to other people, they're saying USCIC did not specify which community were involved in this particular fraud indication. Anyway, my Somalia people from Africa, tell us what's not happening.
Breaking news, it's officially over for Somalis in Minnesota, as President Donald Trump has officially announced he is ending deportation protection for all Somali nationals in Minnesota. On a statement posted on X, President Donald Trump said, "I'm hereby terminating."
I guess we could call it TPS, temporary protective status. So yeah, I guess we can call it what he's saying. And he had mentioned that he was ending that before what happened in DC with the Afghani shooter as well. That's important to note.
Effectively, immediately, the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. He further added accusations claiming Governor Walz was involved in money laundering activity. For those who are unaware, TPS is the program that allows Somali families to live and work safely in the U.S., while Somali continue to face instability. And for Minnesota, home of the largest Somali community in America, this announcement hits hard. A huge announcement from President Trump.
Carmel Mall was packed on the fourth floor with people from the Somali community and people coming out in support. On Friday, President Trump said that he would immediately terminate temporary deportation protections from Somalis living in Minnesota, blaming them for fraud in Minnesota.
We're not here by accident, we're here to stay forever.
There are currently 500 Somalis in Minnesota living with these protections and a total of 700 nationwide. Many expect this to be challenged in court, but in the meantime, Somalis here say they are fearful of what's to come.
People are always going to be fearful, but we're telling our people we're greater than our fear. We have resilience. We're a people that are brave.
When temporary status is revoked, federal law states it can't take effect earlier than 60 days after publication of that notice. And it has to come from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem.
What the president is doing is un-American. It is not Minnesotan.
The Protected Status Program for Somalis was launched in 1991 by President George H.W. Bush. It grants protections to eligible people who can't return to their homeland safely due to civil war or natural disasters.
What we decided to do is to bring our community in the heart of in the Somali community here in Minnesota, which is Carmel Mall, to show that, our neighbors are with us, Minnesotans are with us, and we're all together in this fight.
There's no word yet on if or when the removal of temporary status will take place, but experts say if someone is under temporary protected status from Somalia, to check with them on legal counsel to see what.
This is crazy. The Somalis in Minnesota just got busted with that biggest fraud yet, where they're stealing taxpayer money meant for kids with autism. And what you expect at Pirates? And Ilhan Omar, she is pissed.
President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that he will terminate the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. In his post, he says the reason is, quote, Minnesota, under Governor Walz, is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as the President of the United States, hereby terminating, effective immediately, the temporary protected status, TPS program, for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President DJT, end quote.
He actually said it this time. Go back where you came from. But listen at this fraud. Yeah, this is crazy.
Stunning report from the City Journal showing a massive fraud scheme in Minnesota. You have to hear about this. It involves false autism claims, the Somali community, and connections to a terror group. Let's explain over at the wall. Now, it all revolves around autism and HSS program. That is Minnesota's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Services. Now, this was created to help seniors, addicts, and others find housing. But the criteria to enter this program...
I'm not going to lie. These shell companies that they created to do this fraud, it's crazy work because... feeding children in low-income housing, autism therapy, I think providing like school meals, like as a program. All of these were created as shell companies just so the billion-dollar fraud literally could be committed. And I'm not gonna lie, the backlash was crazy because people are like, why would they create a company like this and steal money? And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty disgusting, right? Like autism therapy, right? Feeding children in low-income areas. These are the kind of companies, and they said it on the news, that they went on to create under Tim Walz, right? Under Tampon Tim. Allegedly Tampon Tim, right? Because I didn't actually see the tampons, but I just heard. But this is exactly what has happened. And the crazy part about it is that it's been able to go on for so long that now when President Trump steps in and he's like, you know what, I'm ending it effective immediately, people are like shook. Now, I did go on record to say that this is something that the Secretary of Homeland Security has to actually give an okay to. Now, the president does have some influence, right? Which I said, well, that matters a lot because we're talking about Kristi Noem here, right? And Kristi Noem is very much in favor of what President Trump is doing almost across the board from what I understand. So it's looking like, yeah, the reason why TPS could actually be ending, if not it hasn't already ended, is because the influence that Donald Trump has over Kristi Noem. They would work together in order to accomplish this. So it's kind of a crazy thing. But I've said it over and over again. If anybody put a spotlight on the Somalis, I just think it was Ilhan, because she's reckless, especially when it comes to talking about Donald Trump and America. She does not care, and she's like this in the public square all the time.
The program was incredibly loose and therefore easy to take advantage of. It's led to fraud and costs absolutely exploding. Just 5 years ago, in 2020, costs for this program were $2.6 million. 4 years later, by 2024, costs had been over $100 million, 104. Through the first 6 months of this year, costs are at $61 million, meaning if you double that over the entirety of the year, you're looking at $122 million. In 5 years, from $2 million to $122 million. Now, why? 6 people are accused of defrauding HSS. And they're members of the Somali community. But this just gets worse. If we take a look at Minnesota's federally funded autism program. Now, several people, and this is an example, a woman in the Somali community, are co-conspirators, and they're accused of recruiting kids for autism therapy. They brought in families, had them convinced.
Yeah, see, and that right there is where it was too much. So they brought in families. Let me see what he says.
People are accused of defrauding HSS. They're members of the Somali community. But this just gets worse. If we take a look at Minnesota's federally funded autism program. Now, several people, and this is an example, a woman in the Somali community, are co-conspirators, and they're accused of recruiting kids for autism therapy. They brought in families, had them convinced to get their kids diagnosed as autistic. In fact, these families ultimately ended up having various social services bid for their children, competing with the number and size of check that they would get. It didn't matter if the kids had autism. And what happened? Autism claims to Medicaid surged. In 2018...
Yeah, see, and that right there, that's the disgusting part right there. That's the disgusting part. That's the part where they got a lot of backlash and people are like, yeah, President Trump, get these people out of here. Like, so it's at the end of the day, I can't be upset about it because when I thought about it and I saw the shell companies that they created, I was like, bro, come on. Like, you could have made like a gas station. I don't know, I don't know, but dude, I was just disgusted by it. I didn't like it. Like making sure that people are getting diagnosed with autism when they don't really have it. I didn't like it one bit. So at this point, you got a lot of people saying, President Trump, just get these people out of here. And that's kind of where a lot of American people stand, especially black Americans. They're like, oh, now you want our help. But you've been on all your YouTube videos and TikTok videos saying that you're not black, right? And that, you know, like, you're really this and you're really that. And now you want the black people to come to your help or support you because of what President Trump is doing. It's like, nah, famo, it ain't going to work out like that. All right, guys, let's move to the next clip.
Texas was feeling unwelcome.
All right, shout out to Scripps News. Was Luigi Mangione not read his rights correctly when he was at the McDonald's and the police showed up? Let's take a look at this clip.
Gregory Caro heard from the Manhattan District Attorney's 10th witness today as they build their case ahead of their trial against Luigi Mangione. The 27-year-old was arrested 1 year ago today for the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione has pleaded not guilty. Scripps News national correspondent Alex Miller joins us now live. So, Alex, you were in the courtroom again today. Officer Stephen Fox was on the stand all day. We've heard from a few other officers already. Why is his testimony so critical in this hearing?
Well, Marisa, these are suppression hearings, which basically means that the defense is trying to get some evidence thrown out because they say it was not obtained legally. And at the center of this is his backpack as well as whether he was read his Miranda warnings. And Officer Fox was at the center of both of these things. So let's first talk about the Miranda warnings. First, Karen Agnifilo, who is Mangione's attorney, tried to tee it up essentially that Fox didn't even need to be there. He was not one of the responding officers. Nobody asked him to go there. He has a canine who is not trained to detect a bomb, which is what they said they were looking for on him. And so for that reason, they say he did not need to be there. Now, when we hear on the body camera footage, Luigi Mangione have his Miranda warnings read to him. They are read incredibly quickly, 98 words in 15 seconds. And at the end of it, Fox tells Mangione that he's not in custody. He essentially is trying to prove Mangioni's attorneys that they asked too late and that they were trying to trick him into responding to their questions by saying that he was not in custody. Now, there's questions about why he was even arrested in the first place. He was arrested for false ID and for forgery, but essentially what happens is Mangioni hands over an ID that is fake, and when they come back to tell him that it is a fake ID, they say, if you lie again, we will arrest you for this fake ID. So Mangioni tells the truth. And so there's this discrepancy there about whether or not any of the whether or not anything is admissible that he said before that, and whether or not he really should have been apprehended in the first place. Now, you're looking at this backpack right now. This is the search that they said was because they were looking for a bomb. This officer, Fox, said that he had previous instances in his career of finding live grenades in somebody's backpack, and that's why he was so concerned. But he had difficulty explaining why they didn't clear the McDonald's, why he didn't look for the so-called bomb outside. Those kinds of things a little bit tripped him up today. But the big question is, why did they go through the backpack without the warrant? The Altoona Police Department maintains that they were allowed to go through this without a warrant. You can hear multiple times in the background questions about whether or not a warrant is needed. Nearly every single time, higher-ranking officers told Fox no. So that is what Judge Carroll is going to have to decide, whether or not they should have searched this backpack, whether there was really probable cause to do so, and whether or not there really was this danger, and then therefore this evidence can be administered in court.
Okay, and Alex, it's worth noting that Officer Fox was not only with Mangioni as he was being arrested, but then also throughout the arraignment process. So tell us about those exchanges.
Yeah, we hear a little bit of dialogue between the two of them on the body camera video where he asks Mangioni multiple times why he lied about his ID. He asked him if he's going to find anything in the backpack. But what is interesting is that Mangioni asked him about the 911 caller. He asked him if that person's name was going to be disclosed to the public. He was concerned for their safety. So that was one thing. And in the incident report, Fox wrote that he thought Mangioni was being genuine during that exchange. He also apologized to Fox for the day that they had, and he also had this exchange as they were walking into the arraignment. Fox said he didn't realize that Mangioni was shackled, and obviously Mangioni had no experience being shackled before, and so he was tripping as he was walking into this courthouse, and Fox apologized to him for walking too quickly, and Mangioni responded, "It's okay, I'm gonna have to get used to this." And then after the arraignment was over, Maritza, Mangioni looked to Fox and said, "All of these people are here for a mass murder? Wild." So you could hear that they still had a little bit of chit.
So all this over Miranda rights. Dude, if they lose this over this would just be hilarious. I'm thinking to myself, but why a bomb though? Like if the CEO got shot and you know he got shot at point blank range, why are you? But they could have heard some speculation or something of the sort. It's just kind of crazy. It's crazy because Luigi has a lot of support, and he always has. And it drives some people crazy because they're like, I don't understand how some people could support this guy. Dude, some people don't like Big Pharma. Like, they don't care for this big healthcare thing. They don't care that they have loved ones that literally they have to watch die because they can't afford $4,000 medicine. So it's just crazy to see this play out. But we will keep watching this to see where it ends up at. Let's go to the next clip, guys.
Careless enough to disrespect our ancestors.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI.
Charlie loved this country, and he loved partnering with organizations that truly stand for what makes America great. One of our most trusted partners, AMAC, the Association of...
So we're back on YouTube, and we thank you for watching us, and we're going to deal with this migrant situation tonight in a different way. So as you know, the left in America vehemently objects to Homeland Security taking into custody, quote-unquote, non-violent migrants. All right? And these are priests and nuns and rabbis and ministers, and they're all yelling, and the Democratic Party, and the Trump administration fascists, and the ICE people are Nazis, and you heard it. You know it. So what's really happening there? Let's put the propaganda aside. Well, the best place to learn about this is Illinois. They have a governor named J.B. Pritzker, very liberal man, okay, and Chicago, Cook County, has a horrendous crime problem. Rest of the state, not so bad. But Chicago, really out of control. We on, stats are the stats. Okay, murder and murder and murder. And, oh, it's going down. Okay, fine. Let's sweep up those 30 bodies we had over the weekend, but it's going down. You know the game. So Pritzker basically is refusing to cooperate with the federal government, Homeland Security. We're not going to help you. We're not going to hold anybody for you, and all of that. So Homeland Security comes out with a press release. And it says that under Pritzker, for this year, 2025 so far, there's 1,768 criminal illegal aliens, all right, that have not been turned over to ICE. 5 homicides, 141 assaults, 23 burglaries, 24 dangerous drug offenses, 10 predatory sexual offenses.
So he's talking about J.B. Pritzker. Is he only in Chicago? Let me go back and rewind that.
2025 so far, there's 1,768 criminal illegal aliens. Only on, stats are the stats. Okay, murder and murder and murder. And, oh, it's going down. Okay, fine. Let's sweep up those 30 bodies we had over the weekend, but it's going down. You know the game. So Pritzker basically is refusing to cooperate with the federal government, Homeland Security. We're not going to help you. We're not going to hold anybody for you, and all of that. So Homeland Security comes out with a press release. And it says that under Pritzker, for this year, 2025 so far, there's 1,768 criminal illegal aliens. 2025 so far, out with a press release. And it says that under Pritzker, for this year, 2025.
All right, then Bill O'Reilly's his title makes sense. Why he would take him to court, why he would sue him, or why he would dig into him. So these are the numbers that are under Pritzker. Why this is happening. This is interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon, who he's out there with, they are a very, very interesting duo to me. Very interesting.
So far, there's 1,768 criminal illegal aliens, all right, that have not been turned over to ICE. 5 homicides, 141 assaults, 23 burglaries, 24 dangerous drug offenses, 10 predatory sexual offenses, 15 weapons. Even though those are the charges against the undocumented people, Pritzker won't hand them over. Okay. So if it were me, see, Trump's too late. He's too late. I'd find a way to indict Pritzker. I might not win, and I know it would make him a hero in the liberal precincts, but I'd do it anyway. I'd have the Justice Department go in and say, you know what, you're interfering with federal law. You'd find something, and so we're going to haul you in, and we're going to expose what you're doing, and all the people that are being hurt because you're doing it. And now let's address the delineation between violent criminal aliens and peaceful. And there is. But the peaceful aliens who are swept up in these raids are hanging with the violent people. It's not, Homeland Security doesn't have enough personnel, can't get court orders, can't do that unless there's violence involved or criminality involved. They can't kick in the door of people cutting lawns and drag them out. Okay? Because everybody on American soil is entitled to due process, even if you're illegal. Even if you come here illegally, once you set foot on the United States of America soil, then you have to get due process. So a judge has to sign a deportation order, unless you're caught at the border. The border is different. So if they catch you, they can throw you right back.
I mean, I'm gonna run that back because from what I understand, You don't get due process. Not if you're here illegally, but from what Bill O'Reilly seems to be saying, he's saying that as long as you're on American soil, that they're going to give it to you. So I want to run that back a little bit.
Delineation between violent criminal aliens and peaceful. And there is. But the peaceful aliens who are swept up in these raids are hanging with the violent people. It's not, Homeland Security doesn't have enough personnel, can't get court orders, can't do that unless there's violence involved or criminality involved. They can't kick in the door of people cutting lawns and drag them out. Okay? Because everybody on American soil is entitled to due process, even if you're illegal. Even if you come here illegally, once you set foot on the United States of America soil, everybody on American soil is entitled to due process, even if you're illegal. Even if you come here illegally, once you set foot on the United States of America soil, then you have to get due process. So a judge has to sign a deportation order, unless you're caught at the border. The border is different. So if they catch you, they can throw you right back. All right, so there are 4,000 aliens accused of crimes in the custody of Illinois right now. 4,000. That's in addition to the 1,700 they wouldn't turn over. And again, these are horrendous people. And they're in jail, and the federal government says, we want them out of jail and delivered to us so we can do deportation. Now, I don't mind that they spend time in jail myself. I'd have a special prison, federal prison section for criminal, undocumented people.
So obviously these people have a criminal background, but if J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson aren't willing to turn them over to ICE, it's because they're not concerned about their background, right? They're not concerned about the fact that they have a criminal background. Maybe to them, because it's not, maybe if it's not a non-violent charge, they're really not worried about it. So even though it might be criminal, because it's non-violent, they're not willing to turn them over. Whatever it is, nonetheless, ICE would like them to deport them, because that is the mandate President Trump had and has, but they're saying, no, we're not willing to do that. And I'm guessing, the only thing that I can guess is that they're non-violent crimes, because if they were more violent, more grotesque, I would hope that they would do something different, but we don't know with the Democrats sometimes, right?
They would be in a special facility. That's what I would do. And keep them there. There's no rush to get you back to Paraguay or wherever you come from. Yeah, keep you there. So I can punish these people. I'm big on that. And because that is an inhibitor. But Pritzker won't hand over the 4,000. So what is this? Federal law is over, federal law trumps, pardon the pun, state and local laws. That's what the Constitution said. So if you pass a crazy law in your state and the feds go, no, then the federal law takes precedent. And Pritzker goes, I don't care. I'm not cooperating with federal law. You know, JB, if I'm Attorney General, I'm coming after you with everything I got. Everything I got. I might lose. And again, you would be a hero, because that's what you want, virtue signaling, while people die. Oh, JB, I am such a kind, compassionate man. How many more dead over there in Cook County?
Listen, if you've been Googling side hustle or escape the 9 to 5 lately, this video...
Okay. American homeowners, the FBI, Constitution said. So if you pass a crazy law in your state and the feds go, no, then the federal law takes precedent. And Pritzker goes, I don't care. I'm not cooperating with federal law. You know, JB, if I'm Attorney General, I'm coming after you with everything I got.
Yep, and who's and Bill O'Reilly's not saying that to be facetious. Who's the Attorney General? It's Pam Bondi. So it's like, it makes sense when he says that. He's like, eventually if she starts to come after him just because like they're not being compliant, you know, so they're causing it on themselves. That's what Bill O'Reilly's saying. He's like, if I was the AG, I'd come after you with every single thing that I have. So at this point, they don't want to be compliant. They're causing it on themselves.
Everything I got, I might lose. And again, you would be a hero, because that's what you want, virtue signaling, while people die. Old JB, I am such a kind, compassionate man. How many more dead over there in Cook County? Okay. American homeowners, the FBI has been warned. And Trump's been kind of light on this, all right? But I just want to play you one J.B. Pritzker soundbite so you get the feel of it. Go.
Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan said they were targeting the worst of the worst criminals. They lied, and they continue to lie. 60% of the individuals that ICE has taken in Illinois this year have no criminal convictions of any kind. ICE is running around the loop, harassing people for not being white.
Oh, how vile. And 60%, that number is probably right. That means 40% are criminals committing crimes in your state. You don't care. 40% of them. Now, the other 60 who aren't, they're separated out and they get a citation. They're not booted because they have to go through due process. Pritzker never tell you that. So, in October, this is the last comment President Trump made on Pritzker. Go.
We're heading to Chicago because we want to save Chicago. Do you know they had over 4,000 people killed in Chicago over a shirt? 4,000 people. And I have to watch this slob of a governor stand up and say that, well, everything's okay. We've got it under control.
Yeah, so the headline becomes slob of a governor. And I suggested to President.
Right, not the number that he put out there, right? Like, it just becomes, and this is why sometimes I'm like, oh my God, President Trump, like, please don't say that. Don't say that out loud. But if you've been watching your president for any time, you already know he says what's on his mind. So then, yeah, of course, the headline then becomes slob of a government because they're going to take essentially the nastiest thing that they feel like he said and they're going to, you know, stick it in the headlines. That's just what we're going to see.
President Trump, because I've been speaking to him with regularity, that maybe he doesn't want to use the slop thing because then the media takes that and makes it the story rather than the 4,000 dead bodies. So anyway, look, all I want is for Americans to be safe. That's it. J.B. Pritzker and others like him are putting us all in danger. All of us, because we don't live in Chicago, we do live in New York, hello, or in LA, or in Boston, or these sanctuary places. We're in danger. No system is perfect, but you have to obey the federal law. Thank you for watching this YouTube bonus. We'll see you again soon.
Our intel chain is compromised. How long have you...
All right, shout out to Charlie Kirk. We're going to watch something about, I believe his book came out today, or his final book, either today or tomorrow, so I wanted to take a look. His channel actually covered it, so let's take a look at what TPUSA had to say.
Willingly.
Of mature American citizens is doing something special in Charlie's honor. AMAC is offering free memberships to all ages. No credit card, no strings attached. Just a chance to stand for faith, family, and freedom. Join this movement. Go to amac.us/Charlie today. That is amac.us/Charlie today. Charlie's book does come out this week. His last book, Stop in the Name of God. And Erica is doing media to promote Charlie's book. It is, Blake, you know this more intimately than I do. I think this is Charlie's potentially the most powerful personal book because a lot of it, it was MAGA doctrine, it was the college scam, it was right-wing revolution. These were sort of heady books about policy topics or ideological topics. This is a very personal book. It's very different in that way. And, it's terribly tragic that this is the last book we have from Charlie, but in some ways, now that we know that that's the case, it's really apropos. And it's, I think it comes out this week, and we're going to be repeating that it's coming out this week on the show. And it's a powerful book. How does this book, Blake, because you were so intimately involved with Charlie's prep for these books, how does this book kind of differ tonally, and why is it important?
Well, it's as you say, it is so much more personal. When he was deciding, for example, right-wing revolution, the thought was, okay, what are the issues that matter for America? What should we speak to the most? And you'll know we debated a few different possible topics for a book, and that's what went out. Versus this was really, it was the book he personally wanted to write about his life. He wanted it as a tribute to Dennis Prager, who'd inspired him to begin practicing the Sabbath himself. And he thought it was a gift he could give to his readers, to his supporters. This is something that can directly enrich your life. There's elements of that in Right-Wing Revolution. If you read the back half of that, there's a lot of ways to improve your own personal life. But this is fully dedicated to that. It's directly inspired by his own experiences. It's by far his most personal book. I think you could maybe say The College Scam was his strongest politically related message because he was so emphatic about you don't need to spend $100,000, $200,000 to get a degree to succeed. And he was a proof of that himself, and he wanted that message to get out. But this is the most just purely personal, and it's his most spiritual book. It's his first directly religious book, and I think that meant a lot to him as well. It was his chance to really dive into the Bible, dive into the history of the Jewish and Christian faiths, and really explore that. So it's not just that the message was very personal for him, it's also that the process of writing it was a very personal, spiritual, enjoyable endeavor for him. I think it was his refuge from a lot of annoying things that were, of course, going on in the past year.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And you don't have to be somebody of faith to get a lot out of this book. Rest is a mandate from God, certainly, but it's good for everybody. And Charlie, it was really
a gift.
A gift. No, totally.
There were lots of times when Charlie would be at one of his TPUSA events or conferences, and someone would ask him something, or he'd be at a college and they would ask him something like, how could I better serve God? Or like, what's something that I could do to make my relationship more intimate with God? And a lot of the times Charlie would lead with honoring the Sabbath, like taking the Sabbath. He would often say that he sucked at it and that he and Erica were working on it. But honoring the Sabbath was a very big thing to him.
Totally, well said. But it really will unlock. It's something I've been in the wake of Charlie's assassination. Something I've been personally trying to practice and just to take time. I actually brought my family out to West Palm Beach and Palm Beach because I usually don't because we got 3 little kids, so it's hard to travel. And it's a work trip, so you get distracted. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this, and I'm going to spend some time with them. And that was a direct reaction to Charlie's instructions and his final gift of this book. So you can get that at 45books.com. Please check it out. I just think it's such a beautiful book, and I haven't even read all of it yet, and I'm getting so much out of it. I'm learning stuff from Charlie that we talked a lot about this book, and I'm learning stuff in the book that we did not talk about. It's amazing. So the other big news of the day, however, and by the way, the book comes out tomorrow, so start shipping. So please do check it out. 45books.com.
Charlie's last and final book. Newsmax Rips.
I don't know. I think being in the government is more than an ego trip. That's Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, on a horse in South Dakota on a work day. Every day is a work day when you're the DHS Secretary. We got a lot of things going on. She's a great person, I'm sure. But less time on the horse and more time at the office with the files, okay? We know you look great, but I think there are more important things to do.
Wow, looks like DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has lost favor among some on the right, and her role as DHS Secretary could be in jeopardy as a result of that. At least that's what various reports have been airing in recent months, and these allegations are really heating up. Now, insiders say that she might even be out of a job in the new year. Cenk, what are your 2 cents?
Yeah, is it really because of that ad? Is it really because she's not doing a good job in the Department of Homeland Security? Or is it because of who she's sleeping with? That's real. And so we're going to tell you all.
And I mean, they're like, shout out to the Young Turks. They're going to call out, like, you know, what they think is the, you know, the biggest culprit. But honestly, Kristi Noem has been getting a lot of hate, disapproval. I mean, the way the mass immigration is being handled, she's like kind of like on the forefront of it, especially with that commercial. And I think she's on like a horse or something like that. She got a lot of backlash for something like that. So I just wanted you guys to take a look at what they were talking about, because they touched on something that a lot of people are ignoring. That commercial was very controversial, and it's like, when people are jumping in and out of the chats and going to political channels and saying, oh, Trump's favorability rating is tanking. Yeah, everyone hates him. We knew we should have put him in office. And I'm like, dude, his favorability rating is tanking also because the way ICE is dealing with their arrests, and they're dealing with people that's pissing people off. And other than that, as long as the economy, as long as the economy feels expensive, people are going to be upset about that. And his favorability rating is going to tank. People are going to complain about that.
About that, and then we'll all decide together what's the real reason that she might be on the outs.
And we will also get more of Greg Kelly's arguments against Kristi Noem and how annoyed he is that she's on a horse. But nonetheless, let's move on. So the distaste for Kristi Noem actually goes beyond Newsmax, it seems. So rumors that Noem may soon lose her job have been circulating for weeks. So first, there was a CNN report, this is weeks back, and it noted that she's in a list of cabinet officials who could be let go by the Trump administration. The report claimed that while Trump himself has been pretty happy with Kristi Noem, it turns out that top White House officials have actually grown frustrated with her tenure. Then you have the Bulwark, which I should note is pretty hostile to the Trump administration. These are mostly like never Trump Republican types, but nonetheless, they spoke to 3 former DHS officials who served in the Biden and Trump administrations. Now, they're still in regular contact with the current staff, who confirmed that talks about potentially replacing Kristi Noem are in fact taking place. 2 of these officials said that they believe such a move could happen really soon, relaying that they've been told Noem has been taking on less of a role in directing department memos. But they and the 3rd official also cautioned that the situation is fluid.
What distinguishes Indian food is its magical use of spices.
Okay. So in addition to that, you have the Bulwark reporting that Trump could decide to let Noem oversee the launch of new enforcement operations planned for January and February. And as always, the president's views are fickle and often heavily influenced by the latest person to grab his ear. So what is Noem doing that's leaving a sour taste in the leadership's mouth? It's a weird way of putting it. It's probably because of the fact that she's allegedly having some sort of affair. I don't know how true this is. These are the rumors that she's allegedly having an affair with former senior Trump advisor Corey Lewandowski. Okay. So one DHS official told the Daily Beast that things are effed. It's horrible. They're going to destroy this place. I'm just hoping the new secretary gets here in time. So the affair is allegedly DC's worst kept secret, as it's being referred to in DC, I guess. And while the romantic relations have been repeatedly denied by both parties, there's really no hiding how close they are. So Lewandowski is also known as Noem's gatekeeper, traveling with her, weighing in on personnel matters and shaping DHS enforcement. Now, keep in mind that Lewandowski is right now an unpaid special government employee. And based on what our laws and regulations indicate, he can only work for 130 days per year in that type of position. Axios is reporting that the White House has already begun quietly, investigating whether he's been undercounting his days. Now, last month, the Wall Street Journal reported that Noam and Lewandowski attempted to order 10 Spirit airline jets without realizing some things. So let me get to the details. Officials across ICE say that Noam and Lewandowski have directed them to use a $170 billion infusion of cash from Congress to launch splashy ideas that have proven ineffective or impractical. So the pair ordered ICE officials to buy 10 737 jets from Spirit Airlines that they said would be used to boost deportation flights and for their own travel, according to people familiar with the matter. Some officials warned the pair that the effort would be prohibitively expensive compared with hiring more flight contractors. But once officials looked into the proposal, they learned that Spirit, which filed for bankruptcy for a second time in August, didn't own the planes. The planes also didn't have engines, which would need to be purchased separately. They're really killing it over there at DHS. Really dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Thorough.
They didn't own the planes, and the planes didn't have engines. It's like, yeah, Spirit. That's Spirit for you. That's why I would never. I mean, I think one time maybe in my life, and I was so upset about it. It's like, yeah, no, never. Absolutely not.
Thorough work. Jane.
Yeah. First of all, I wouldn't even make undocumented criminals fly on Spirit. That's too cruel. Okay. Second of all, there's a couple of different issues here. One is the incompetence. The other is potential corruption. And the third is this affair that they're having. And there's a couple of, or potentially having, and a couple of different reasons why that might bother people, right? So, number one, the incompetence is obvious. I mean, the people are like, look into the planes you're buying, please. And they're like, oh, no, we got this. And it turns out the planes don't have engines. No, you obviously didn't have this, and you're buffoons. Which then leads me to the question of why do they want to buy those planes in the first place? So what the Trump administration has done is loaded up the Department of Homeland Security and the Defense Department with a massive, unprecedented amount of pork. And I guarantee you those places are going to get robbed blind. Corey Lewandowski is one of the worst actors in politics. And so Trump generally likes him because he's such a terrible guy. And since Lewandowski will do the dirtiest tricks and has not in the past seemed to have much problems with corruption, peas of a pod, right? So that Trump likes him for that, and they used to work together, to be fair to them, effectively in 2016, and then obviously they won the presidency. But he's had a falling out with Lewandowski because Lewandowski, according to these rumors, keeps having sex with people that Trump likes and finds attractive. And so before, in the first term, it was someone else in the White House. I don't even want to say the names, because I have no idea if these are true. But this one, like literally everyone is talking about how they're both married and they seem to be having an affair for a long time. They do these splashy things in public that are like outrageous. So Trump don't like that. And then there are others who go, well, wait, I thought we were family values and this isn't a good look. But I think that the family values thing is probably the very, very least relevant thing there is, because that's like Republican 101 to go, oh, we're for family values. And then have them do all sorts of terrible, immoral things. But so out of all those, Anna, what do you think is the real reason that she might be on her way out?
You never know what's happening internally. Usually there are conflicts and beefs that we're not privy to. And this is politics. I mean, I think that DHS under Kristi Noem has been plenty vicious, and that's what the Trump administration likes and wants. So I think that there might be something that we're just not aware of that has led to some people souring on Kristi Noem. But I will say this. I don't think her cosplaying and all of her photo shoots really did much to garner favor among voters. And I'm talking about, Republican voters. So maybe that's part of it too. Who knows? But I'm going to wait and see what happens. I mean, for now, these are rumors and, some reports based on sources who don't want to go on the record. So you should take it with somewhat of a grain of salt.
Yeah, super last thing on it is, look, is Trump going to fire her for corruption or incompetence?
No, he loves that.
Of course not, right? That's not the bug, that's the feature. So whatever it is, it's personal. And it might not necessarily be the affair, it might be something else. But Lewandowski rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Apparently, he rubs one person the right way. Anyway,
Allegedly.
Yeah, now you want to say that because you don't want to get sued for defamation of character. That's crazy the way he was saying it so boldly, and then he goes allegedly. All right, guys, let's move to the next clip on the live stream.
Why did Amazon send me these monthly royalties? Let me explain. Because it wasn't luck and it...
Hello, everyone.
All right, shout out to Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan. I'm going to react to some of that. We're not going to do it all tonight. Their interview was about, I think it was a little over 2 hours. I watched it. My wife got a chance to watch it live yesterday. She held it on pause for me till I got home from work, and then I got a chance to watch it. Literally, it was just minutes after they pretty much did it, maybe an hour and a half after they finished the live stream. Great live stream. Watched the entire thing. So, I have a lot of context to some of the clips that you guys might see online and you don't know the backstory to them. So we're going to take a little bit, we're going to look a little bit at the gentleman right here who covered some of it. Shout out to Richard IV. Shout out to Richard IV, and then we have Young Don also. I'll take a look at a little bit of what he covered. So let's jump right in.
I hope you're doing well today. I'm sure many of you are aware that last night we had a bit of a ding-dong on YouTube. Piers Morgan versus Nick Fuentes. Now, Piers originally said this was just an interview. It wasn't going to be a debate, but it was a debate. He promised not to stack it full of gotchas. Look, it's Piers Morgan. He's a tabloid master, so of course it was full of gotchas. But it created quite a seismic debate, which really summed up a big fracture, a big split in the generations we're seeing in the West, in Western politics at the moment. Now, I think because of this, largely, with these debates, they talk past each other. They're always trying to have that clippable moment. There's loads of that already. And then, the online world, so-and-so smashed someone else. Everyone does that 100 times. And most of these debates often go nowhere. But I do think there are things that we can look into this and really learn about the future of the West, about power in the West and the rest of it. And the biggest takeaway in that sense is the clear, different moral framing that was on display from Morgan and Fuentes. This was a showdown of Morgan, who's very much the representative of the post-World War II liberal order. For people like Morgan, the greatest sin one can commit is racism, sexism, bigotry, and so on. And Fuentes represents something new, a sort of hyper-online, young, right-wing, edgelord type mentality, stacked often in irony and so on. And for people like Fuentes, the greatest sin isn't really the bigotry of old. It's more betrayals of your homeland and its intended traditions, as well as demographic change. They see, being pro any of that is the biggest betrayal through their frame of consciousness. Now, a quick takeaway on who won, quote unquote, lets us know all about another key metric that was really at play here, and you can go and check this out for yourself. Virtually all the comments under the video are pro Fuentes. I mean, I went through probably 100, and it's all pro Fuentes. Most of Twitter is pro Fuentes too, and again, across the online spaces, you're finding that. However, if you Google Piers Morgan, you'll see the legacy media reports are more pro-Piers. And this really speaks about sort of the split between legacy media on the one side and online media, and the demographics that involves, the people that attracts, and so on. It would be a different video entirely, but it's just worth mentioning quickly. Someone like Piers Morgan may well have been set into the online world because it's essentially representative of the legacy mentality coming into the online space. I think we've seen a lot of that over the years. But anyway, let's just break down what happened and what we can truly learn from this, because it was quite seismic, I thought.
I mean, he is a tabloid master, and Nick at some point did get pretty frustrated about that. He did go on record to say, I knew this would happen. You know, he called out the fact that he was a tabloid master. So he said, I shouldn't be shocked by some of the things that you're asking, and, you know, people can see what you're doing. So let's watch a little bit more of this before we move to Young Don.
Now, I try to watch this as objectively as possible. Let any bias or beliefs I have, just leave them at the door and just watch it neutrally. And for this Stasi, I know Nick Fuentes is a controversial guy. I'm not condoning or promoting anything he's saying. I'm just watching this as purely neutral political analysis. Now, as I said earlier, the first thing to mention here is Nick has massive online support, and that tends to be very aggressive in its support of him. And I often think if you just look online, you never get a true picture. Yes, some of the clips of Fuentes are dramatic or extreme or funny, but until you really watch him over time, I don't think you can really get a fair overview of who he is and what he's saying. And I think because I'm not a groiper, as they're known, they're basically loyal followers of Fuentes. They're, again, highly edgy, terminally online, often stacked in irony and edgy jokes. And they're all Zoomers, really, so they're quite young. And plus, I don't really like the drama and noise, but they're very combative and so on. But again, they're sort of like the followers of the Joker. Remember that movie with Joaquin Phoenix? They're a bit like that, sort of full of irony and arcane wit and aggression and subversion. But again, I think if you just read what they say, you kind of get a very stacked version. And on the flip side, it's very difficult with someone like Piers Morgan because he's just a shapeshifter by nature. You know, he's taken on many roles in his career. We have to remember that's what he is, really. He's sort of like a political, cultural showman, you could say, who's an expert troll. He's an expert in tabloid content creation. Apparently his company, Uncensored, is looking to sell for $100 million or something like that, which gives you an idea of his talents in creating drama and so on. But, as I think we found out last night with Piers, when you stare into that Fuentes abyss, the Fuentes abyss stares back at you, and I thought this was more revealing about Piers than anything we've ever seen before. So, objectively speaking, general performance, Piers was as you expect him to be in the beginning, just typical Piers, setting up subtle gotchas, subtle narratives to try and catch Fuentes out, mentioning, objectively speaking, general performance, Piers was as you expect him to be in the beginning, just typical Piers, setting up subtle gotchas, subtle narratives to try and catch Fuentes out, mentioning his father and things like that, trying to get him emotional, wrong-foot him. And that's just classic, what you'd imagine from Morgan, expert at that sort of thing. However, Nick, I thought, well, it's always difficult with Fuentes because I've watched more and more of him in recent months. And I think many of us just knew him from clips. But I personally think there are 3 Nick Fuenteses I've seen so far. And each one depends upon the energy you give him. So if you're just an average guy chatting, you get many podcasts like this now, they'll just chat to him, you know, who are you, where are you from? He's just like an average guy too, seems perfectly affable, polite and all that sort of stuff, just a normal guy. And then you have Fuentes, the sort of political analyst, and normally you need to get him in a sort of deep debate, which isn't combative, but more explorative. And I think he really shines here. I think this for me is the best Fuentes. He has quite an encyclopedic knowledge of politics and geopolitics. He understands how power works. He can extrapolate current events to what's going to happen in the future, and so on and so on. I think that's probably, like I say, where he's his strongest. But where he's most famous for is, again, the online, super based and red-pilled, controversial edgelord who'll say the most out there thing. He'll go for the holy cows of the liberal world, you know, issues around race, women, and of course World War II, as we'll get to. It's easy to take him out of context on that, but sometimes he'll purposefully drive for that. But again, I think, for me personally speaking, he's at his worst when he's actually that persona. But that might just be because he doesn't suit me. I don't like the drama and all that. But he is very good with it. And I think some people who are good with it are always going to be massive successes online. Because again, a bit like Piers, they're excellent at driving the views and the controversy and all that sort of stuff. But I think it actually cheapens his message quite a bit. And I thought that came up, actually, in the debate. And we'll get to that. But in principle, I worry if that will truly translate for him into a broader appeal, because it feels a touch juvenile, sometimes bordering, sometimes going into the cruel. Sometimes people can't see that it's layered in irony and humor and the rest of it, and a lot of it is just terminally online, as they say. But anyway, I think the key dimension of the debate really functioned around World War II. Up to that point, it was relatively, tit for tat, just going back and forth. But it really started to take shape when Pierce raised the event that you're not really supposed to talk about on YouTube with regards to the core event of World War II, and on numbers with regards to that. Now, when Pierce was pressing for him,
I mean, he's breaking down the conversation pretty well, but I want to see if I can get somebody that's going to play little clips for you guys as well. Because like I said, I got to watch it in its entirety, and just to hear their dialogue back and forth was really good. So let's switch over to Don. Like, he's doing a great job covering it, and his storyline was good. But let's switch over to Don, and let's see if he has a couple clips we could watch.
How many times you go to gym?
0. If you want to get toned, do military workouts, not the gym.
Well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart, actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%.
It's not, and that's the problem. That's the problem. He doesn't know, or he's lying. But either way, he's wrong.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
See, so why is it that you are prescribing that people behave in a certain way based on information that you don't even know? Oh my God. The debate is over right there.
I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talked about Jews, women, and blacks.
Right.
Take a listen.
Let's listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Oh man, look at Nick's face. Look at this. They put him up on the screen so you could see his facial reactions as he's listening to himself say these terrible and horrible things. And look, you can tell he's very uncomfortable.
No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including the...
Now, at some point, Nick does get frustrated with Piers Morgan, and he starts to kind of answer the questions like very abruptly. He kind of starts to like cut Piers Morgan off before he's even done asking the questions. And that was kind of later on as the interview kept going. At some point, it did calm back down, but at one point, Piers Morgan would say, "Do you stand by that?" And Nick would just be like, "Absolutely." Like, he'd say "absolutely" really fast before Piers Morgan could even get out the end of the sentence. And you can tell that Piers Morgan had pretty much triggered him at that point. But yeah, the whole racism thing and a lot of stuff he said pertaining to women, and Piers Morgan pushing on the fact that he's like a misogynist. Those were the things that I noticed probably triggered Nick the most during the interview.
That blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Right.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people.
These numbers concerning black people who murder people, do you know where they get them from? They get them from the police who arrest black men for committing murder. So they're already in prison. Right? The black people that are doing this shit, right? How do you think they get these numbers? Do you think they're just speculating? It's based off of, hey, the police arrested this guy for murder. And when you take a look at the percentage of black people who are in prison for violent crimes, it's less than 1% of the entire population. So how do you get from less than 1% of the entire population? That's all the evidence you have. Anything else is just your fucking imagination. It's a fantasy. It's something you're just making up in your head. Right? It would be like me saying, well, in reality, I bet there are a ton of white guys that are just murdering people and getting away with it in the middle of the country. And I'm sure that's exactly what is happening. But I cannot say that with any degree of certainty because I have no real evidence to back that shit up. So how are you making the leap from less than 1% to the grand majority of the population? Let's see what he says.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that.
Right, because we know that, black murderers, they just get let off scot-free all the time, right? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And furthermore, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. He's not concerned about black people killing black people. He's concerned about black people killing white people. But the reality is, over 80% of white people that are killed in this country are killed by white people. And so it seems like you're focusing on a very small problem. If your concern is white people being killed, don't you think you should prioritize the group of people that are doing over 80% of the murders, which, of course...
I mean, you would think he would do that. The funny thing is, during the interview, one thing when they started to talk about school shootings, another thing that, Nick also, like he said, the amount of white people that are school shooters is probably 0.00001, right? And then he said to black people that commit crime. But then, of course, you had other people looking at statistics like when it comes to like child pornography or pedophilia, and it's like, well, the number one guilty culprit of that would be white Caucasian men, right? Because they are the highest in that statistics. I believe it's in the 77%, somewhere around there, right? And then you have the other races that fall below that, right? You have Hispanic men right before black men, which black men being probably the last and then other, right? So the other, I'm thinking it's probably like maybe some Indian people or something like that. But that's the number one thing. I thought it was interesting because I'm thinking to myself, okay, so you rather take your chances and live around a school shooter or possibly a white person, mainly male, right? Because that's the statistic. 85% of them would be male. It's not even 77, right? That would be looking at your children, thinking about kidnapping your children, thinking about having sex with your children, rather than living on the same block as a black person in fear that this black person might do something to you. I was like, Nick, that is literally ridiculous. Now, Nick doesn't... The reason why I react to Nick so much on here on my channel is because Nick doesn't offend me. He doesn't bother me at all. He's a young guy. I'm much older than Nick. I don't care about his opinion and things like that. He's a young guy. He's growing. He's finding himself. He doesn't have a family yet. He hasn't been married yet. He doesn't have children. He hasn't had sex. He has a long way to go in life. So Nick's opinion, when he's just talking out of his behind, it does nothing for me. I'm not offended by none of his points of views. So that's why I react to him quite often on the channel. It was a good interview. If you guys go back and watch the interview, I'll tell you, he kept calling Piers Morgan a boomer. So at some point, Piers gets triggered. And then it's hilarious to see Piers start messing with him. Like, Nick, have you ever had, like, sex with a woman? And Nick's like, of course not. And he's like kind of giving him crap. He's like, oh, you've never been laid, and then he starts asking him about like tampons and stuff. It's hilarious to see this boomer kind of give him crap like that. But let's go back to and finish the clip.
That's white men? Of course not. Of course that's not a problem.
That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny? Or
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people...
He's talking about raccoons, obviously. The self-hating black people that listen to his show and swallow his fucking drivel.
People are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot up?
Those black people aren't watching your show. The black people who live in the hood that are actually dealing with that shit, they're not watching your show. The privileged black people who live in suburbs, the grand majority of which I believe are immigrants or the descendants of immigrants, which is, humiliating for me to have to admit because I am an immigrant. But, this is the reality. These are black people, black kids who've never even been in as much as a fist fight, much less having to deal with gun violence in the hood. So, no, sir, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And those blacks that follow you, they're not even black. They're self-hating, just raccoons.
All the time, that's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here, I'll take...
What would it feel like to wake up on your terms, work from anywhere, and actually enjoy what you do?
You there. We could go to Garfield Park. We could go to Chicago.
The South Side of Chicago. Yeah, he'll have fun there. Yo, Don's not lying though. Like that those are the type of black people that Nick is referring to, right? And I'll be like, yo, Don, I don't fall in that category. Like I said, I told you guys, I don't care about listening to Nick. And if I was talking to Don right now, I would tell him that. I would be like, Don, I don't care about listening to Nick. The dude's like 27 years old, and he barely knows anything about life. Nobody should be offended listening to Nick. But, we walk in the spirit of offense. So I was in my chat. He could be talking to, frankly, Brandon. Shout out to you. Thanks for putting something in the chat and interacting. He could be talking about Don. But if you're talking about me and the miscontextualizing, let me just show you some quick facts, bro, because this is where I was getting my numbers mixed up. 98.8% were men. So what I'm looking at I'll show you my screen right now because YouTube's going to mess with everything if I start saying all this stuff out loud. So this is flipped, right? So you guys probably can't see it, but it says child pornography, right? I talk about this stuff on my channel all the time and YouTube doesn't clip me. That's the thing about if you talk about it pretty often. I don't try to use substitute words and things like that, right? So here's where my statistics were. Individual and offense characteristics. 47.3% of individuals sentenced for child pornography were sentenced for trafficking child pornography. 43.9% for possessing child pornography and 8.8% for receiving child pornography, right? 98.8% were men. I was like, that number is crazy work. But it's not surprising to me. 77.1% were white. So that's where my my statistics come from. When I say that it's not a thing where culturally, just in my community, I can say that it happens in every single race or community. But I can tell you culturally, when you're around your own race, culture, and people, you know what your race, culture, and people do, right? That's just not a thing culturally that black guys are really into. They're just not into kids. It's just not a thing in my culture, right? They're into other stuff, like Nick Fuentes says, I don't want to live around a black person because I might get punched in the face. Yeah, he might get punched in the face, sure. I'm not going to doubt that. It depends on if he's being stupid or disrespectful. It depends on what he's doing. But as far as worrying about a black guy raping your kid, yeah, you don't have to worry about that, right? So let's keep going. 77.1% were white, 12.8% were Hispanic, 5.8% were black, and 4.3% were other races, right? So that's where I put kind of probably the Indians and the Asians in there, right? Their average age was 41 years old. I'm like, oh, so they get to a midlife crisis and they want to do this crap. That's interesting. 96.2% were United States citizens. 96.2%. So I covered this on the channel, but on the live stream, we went over Sean Ryan's podcast where he was talking about a gentleman who had you guys remember the red map, and it showed the map of all of the states in the United States where child pornography was the highest. The level of child pornography that's taken in the United States is literally sickening. It's sickening. 71.2% had little or no prior criminal history. Category 1. Top 5 districts for individuals sentenced for child pornography were Eastern District of Virginia, 55. Southern District of Texas, 52. Middle District of Florida, 50. Southern District of Florida, 48. Western District of Texas, 44 and a tie. Eastern District of Missouri, 44 and a tie. Punishment, 99% of individuals sentenced for child pornography were sentenced to prison. Their average sentence was 114 months. The average sentence for individuals convicted for trafficking child pornography was 148 months. 87.3% of these individuals were convicted of an offense carrying a 5-year mandatory minimum penalty. Their average sentence was 135 months. 12.7% had a prior sexual abuse or child pornography conviction and were subject to a 15-year mandatory minimum penalty. Their average sentence was 236 months. So those where those facts come from. It's no miscontextualizing.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was this remind me?
Yeah, and so do poor white people. That's what all poor people do when they make some money, is they leave their low-income, crime-infested neighborhood, and they're white ones of that, by the way. But whether you're Hispanic, whether you're Asian, it doesn't matter. You go to where is the best place that you can afford to live. That's what you do. That's what everybody does.
Again, the percentage of black.
You know, when you grow up lower to center middle class as a white person, they leave their neighborhoods as well, right? If you grow up in a household that makes over $100,000 as a white child, a white boy, and then you go to a good university and then you end up working for Goldman Sachs, or you're working on Wall Street, or you start a business and now you're a multimillionaire. Guess what? They don't go back to their hood and live in the suburbs they grew up in. No, they go and they move to Beverly Hills. They move to Manhattan.
I mean, this is true indeed across races, right? So this, I would say this doesn't matter for black people. And that's why when Don said it, I'm like, yeah, of course. I get what Nick was trying to get at. But yeah, it doesn't really work like that. Poor people in general are people who are not, maybe they don't start out as well off as others. They all do that. Right? They all do that when you make a little bit of money. Right now, where I live at, I didn't live in the area that I live at right now 12 years ago, right? I made different money 12 years ago, right? I was in a different position 12 years ago. And as I made more money, I went to a better neighborhood. Like, absolutely. But that's anybody, right? For the most part, unless you're just not into that and you're like, there are some people that like the city, believe it or not. I grew up in New York City, so there are people who love the city, die hard. I have family members that I have tried to get them to move out of New York City, and they're like, no, I'm never leaving New York, right? I've been out of New York long enough, right, that I'm not drunk on the Kool-Aid anymore. So for me, if anything, it would be hard for me to go back to New York because I've been out of New York, and it's like I already know what it's like. Everything I can say now, everything is small. Your dollar doesn't stretch out there. I can say all of that now because I've lived in different places where your dollar goes a lot farther. And I'm like, man, in New York City, this would be a box. You know what I mean? But out here, this is this. So everyone does that. Like, for the most part, if you have a desire to just live in a better place, yes, when you make more money, when you get into a better position, you're going to go move into a better neighborhood. And the interview in its entirety, Nick said the same thing for his own self, right? He said he lives in a very diverse neighborhood, right? I don't know if he said it's low income, but I know he did say it's very diverse. And he said he was trying to get out of there. He's like, dude, I don't want to live here. Like, I'm actually trying to move. Of course you are, Nick, because that's what we all do when we get in a better position. And it's called moving on up, right? Nick, you probably know a little bit about the Jeffersons, right? But that's what it's called. White people do it too, moving on up. We all do it when we get into a better position. So I agree with Don here when he's just like, dude, like, this guy's kind of crazy. Like, this is something I won't say poor person, but yeah, whether you're a middle class working person that's trying to work your way up to a certain point, position, place in life, yeah, that's something we all do. When we get into a better place, we tend to go try to live in better neighborhoods, try to put our kids in better school districts if we're not homeschooling them, right? We tend to buy nicer cars. These are all things. It's just, they're all upgrades.
Manhattan Manhattan. They
Vous voulez parler couramment français? Then pay close attention to what I'm about to say. I want to teach you 5 key principles.
move to Miami, right? Live in high-rise apartments, drive luxury cars. This is what everybody does when they make more money. So why is it that these racists feel the need to try and make it some kind of, black people are saying, I hate black people. That's why I moved out of where I lived once I started making more money.
Men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
Yeah.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men.
Right. We have less than 1% of the entire black population is in prison for a violent crime. And again, violent crime doesn't just mean murder. So how does he get to 5%, which is what 1 in 20 would be?
And commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
Your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men.
Let's ask ChatGPT real time. Is it true that 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder? Short answer, no. 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder is not a true or accurate statement. That claim comes from misusing lifetime arrest statistics, which is what all of these white supremacist grifters do. They use arrest statistics when black people are the most exonerated group of people in America, which also tells you something about the way how black people are policed in this country, right? But misusing lifetime arrest statistics and confusing, because they're fucking stupid, arrests with actual committing of murder. Where does the 1 in 20 claim come from? That figure is usually traced to this idea about 5 to 6% of black men will be arrested for homicide at some point in their lifetime. But arrest does not equal guilt. Don't forget, when you're black, you're guilty until proven innocent. Using FBI and DOJ data consistently, the annual murder offender rate for black males is roughly between 0.03% and 0.05% a year. That means in a given year, about 99.95% plus percent of black men do not commit murder. So if we take a look at the
that number's crazy compared to the number Nick's trying to throw out there. It said 99.95% of black men do not commit murder, right? I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, dude, I just said this to you guys on the live stream, right? We're talking real because it's late night news, right? When you're around your own people, your own race, creed, kind, you know what your people do. Like, come on, some of my best friends are white, right? So I've sat with some of my best friends. They tell me what y'all do. Like, they tell me, they're like, man, I can't stand when my people do this. All right, we do the same thing. Like, I come from a mixed breed, a mixed race, but still, like, my people on both sides, there's things that we do, right? Here's the thing. Like, I don't sit around, like, black guys don't, like, sit around thinking about murder. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm like, what black guys are y'all talking to? Unless you watching, like movies and stuff like that. I'm like, that y'all out here watching Paid in Full, and you just think every black guy you run into is gonna be like Cameron, huh? Like in Paid in Full on a bicycle, Willie, and like trying to set his best friend up in the hood and kill him. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like the statistic literally said 99.95. I'm like, bro, I'm telling you right now, that ain't it. Are they thinking about fighting somebody? Absolutely. If somebody's disrespectful, are they quick to be like, I'm about to punch this person in their neck? Without a doubt. Like, I can tell you, these are things that, like, I know that my people do. But sitting around and just waking up on a random Tuesday and they're like, you know what? I'm about to go shoot up a school and kill some kids. Absolutely not. Like, I'm about to go murder a person and take a life. Absolutely not. Like, I can tell you what I sit around with my people and we've talked about, whether I was growing up or I was adult. Murder's not one of them. So I think that's crazy that Nick Fuentes thinks that statistic is true, as if he can't find fake news just like Piers Morgan can.
FBI, the fucking FBI, because again, some people, some of these racists, they see I use ChatGPT and they want me to walk them through the sources as well, because they just refuse to believe the fact that everything they believe to be true is a fucking lie. So in 2019, this is a total amount of black murderers. If we add these two numbers together, this is the amount of male victims who were killed by black people, and this is the amount of female victims that were killed by black people. Add those two numbers together, you get 3,218. The total number of people in the U.S. who identified as black, alone or in combination in 2019, was 46.8 million. So let's go ahead and divide this number by that. That amounts to 0.006% of the entire black population committed a murder in 2000. 19. And so when these white supremacists say black people are a problem and we have a problem with violence and black people, they're killing everybody, we need to do something about them. They're saying they need to do something about 0.006% of the entire black population. How is this a black population problem? How is this we have a problem with black people when over 99% of the black people aren't doing the shit that you're complaining about? Even if we double this number, right, to account for the fact that most murders are committed by men, and men make up roughly 50% of the population, even if we double it, we're still at 0.01% of all black men, right? Not even 1% of black men.
Statistics, they say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
Your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100? Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20.
Will be arrested. Arrested, sir.
Whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
this is a lot of white people commit murder too.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 60.
So tell me why it is. Here's something they also never explain. Why is it that the amount of murderers in the white population is okay? Why is it okay? Nick Fuentes would like you to believe that the amount...
In context to Nick, the reason why... I'm not going to say he said it's okay. It's not like he's okay with murder or violent crimes. But to Nick's point, watching the interview and watching his demeanor when him and Piers Morgan are going back and forth and having this dialogue, his main point is this: white people ain't doing it as much as black people. That's basically his main point. Like, I can tell you right now, watching the interview in its entirety, he's saying to Piers Morgan, like, listen, yes, white people do it too. That's why the minute Piers Morgan says, well, white people commit murder too, you see Nick Fuentes, he just laughs, right? But in its entirety, watching the whole interview, that was Nick's running theme. He's like, listen, even though white people may do some of the stuff that you're saying that they do, they're not doing it as much as black people. And I just thought to myself, this is really an asinine argument, bro. Like, this is because even when Piers Morgan brought up the school shooting thing, I'm thinking to myself, like, are you hearing yourself? Like, so this is what you rather deal with. Like, you rather take your chances and deal with that than say to yourself, like, yeah, I'd rather just live on the same block as a black guy. I'm like, bro, that black guy's not thinking about you. Now, if you do something stupid, you might get on his radar. I'm like, but I promise you, for no reason at all, he's just not thinking about you.
Of white men committing murders in the country is fine. It's healthy for our society.
5% of the population, blacks are 13%. Mm-hmm. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's with the
shootings.
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said...
Dude, since when is Irina Zarutska white? Like, what is happening here? Like, I know this person was not from the country, and it's like hilarious to me the way these people are like. Now we're gonna count this person. I'm like, why is she being counted as white? Is it because the black guy is the one who stabbed her? Because I'm just like, this is very interesting. First, it's like everyone's for mass deportation, but then it's like because a black guy stabbed this girl, it's like, oh, a black guy killed a white girl, and I'm like, is she white? Like, was she from America? I'm not saying that she doesn't matter. Of course she matters, but I'm like, this is where like the pandering and like the race baiting gets so annoying to me. But you know what? I shouldn't be shocked. I shouldn't be shocked that Nick is saying that, right? Because Nick, he already has his own identity crisis to deal with, right? He already has his own identity crisis to deal with. He doesn't like his Mexican side of him. I promise you he doesn't. I could prove to you that he doesn't. I actually explained to my wife why I know for a fact that he does not like his Mexican side. And if they do like their Mexican side, him and his dad, I promise you, it's to such a very low degree. Because I ain't never heard Nick talk about no empanadas. I ain't never heard Nick talk about nothing like that. I know he totally denies it. This is why he does like the whole white thing, right? Instead of saying like, the only time he does it is when it works for him. So if you guys saw the body cam footage when the officer was in the alleyway at Nick's house, the officer says to Nick, are you some type of white supremacist? And Nick goes, my last name's Fuentes. Like, how can I be a white supremacist? And I'm thinking to myself, bro, you can't hate the player. You got to hate the game. My man literally pulled the Mexican card out. My last name's Fuentes. How can I be a white supremacist? I'm like, oh, you don't have that energy on your show. But in front of the cop, because somebody's trying to murk you, now it's like, how can I be a white supremacist? I'm Mexican. That's the only time I ever heard him. That's the only time I ever heard him claim any type of Mexican, other than when he's talking about his dad's side of the family.
You don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry.
That's nothing new. White people typically don't live around black people. In fact, I'm sure Nick Fuentes has never lived around black people. Whatever black people could afford to live in the privileged suburb that he grew up in.
Maybe where he grew up at, but he did say that his neighborhood right now is very diverse. He said that in an interview with Piers Morgan. And he said he's trying to get out of there, probably for some of that reason. And that's fine if he doesn't want to live around black people. That's fine. Some Mexican people don't want to live around other Mexicans. Why? Because they know their people, right? If Nick does move, where do you think he's going to move to? He's probably going to move to the suburbs, right? I bet you he doesn't want to live in a trailer park, even though those people would kind of look like him. Why? Because he knows his people, right? So he's going to go to like a suburb where the houses are nice and he's got his grass and his neighbors waving across the yard with their little one hand while they're getting their newspaper. Like, where else is he going to go? He's not going to go live in a trailer park. I bet you he won't go live in a trailer park. So he's not doing anything different than somebody that just, as they get to a better position in life, they go do better things.
I'm sure none of them ever committed a murder or an act of violence against anybody, much less him or somebody he knows. And so, tell me, what was the problem with those black people, Nick? I'm sure.
If you're watching this right now, I pray that you don't just scroll past. I hope that when your heart hears,
He wouldn't be able to give you an answer for that.
You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist.
See, some people will hear that and they'll get so upset. Like, he said, it's racial for me. I don't want my white kids bringing home black kids to marry. I'm like, you know why that doesn't offend me? Because I came from a family that would say things like, you better not bring that white girl home. You better not bring that white boy home. Bro, like, every race does this. This is why I don't get offended by the things that Nick says. Like, it does not bother me. If he wants to be around only white people, it's like, bro, go ahead. your parties are gonna be a little bit boring, and your food's gonna be bland as hell. But knock yourself out. Like, that's fine. Like, I particularly don't only want to be around black people. Do I love black people? Of course I do. Do I love Spanish people? Of course I do. Like, I love lots of different people. So I don't really have a desire to be around one type of people. But sure, if I'm around a whole bunch of ignorant people, then I'd rather be around my own ignorant people, because at least I know what they're like. I can deal with them. So at that point, I don't get mad at Nick. Like, I can understand that. He's like, dude, if I'm going to be around someone, basically what he's saying is that if anyone's going to rob my house, I'd rather them look like me. That's what he's saying. He wants a white person to rob his house. He'd rather it happen like that than it be a black person. So I respect that.
That's very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest.
We talked about this. This is a strategy he uses, right? When he was trying to explain why dating is gay, why dating women as a straight man is gay. He's trying to make it so that everybody's gay. So that when you find out, when hard evidence comes out, which there is already, in my opinion, pretty damning evidence of the fact that this man, you know what I'm saying, he's sexually attracted to men. But when real hard evidence comes out, you'll be able to say, well, technically everyone's gay. You're gay. You ever fucked a girl outside of marriage? See, you're gay. And so now he wants to make everybody racist because he's a fucking racist.
Is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
Earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make him
because my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing, and there's a political culture.
Wow, they always play the victim. They can't. This has been their problem, the white supremacists. This has been their problem since day one. They cause their own problems and then cry about it when people show them that they're the one that caused their own problems.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the truth.
And the sad thing this all reveals is...
Here's how you can take advantage of IUL to build generational wealth. Step 1.
That there are so many racists in America. Because Nick only feels comfortable saying this because he believes that there's a large enough percentage of the population who will not care or mind that he's racist because they are also racists.
The point of this interview is to go over the things you said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist.
So this part right here is one of the parts where I was able to tell clearly that Nick was triggered. Like this, when you see him doing like this, and he's like, "Come on," he's kind of like rushing Piers Morgan to talk. He's kind of like, he's already irate because he's talking about his dad. And for the record, I didn't think Piers Morgan was attacking his dad. Piers Morgan is saying, listen, I don't know any more about your father than what you said publicly. So all I'm saying is what you put out in your show. And he said to Nick, he's like, so you put it out on your show and I can't ask you about it. And Nick's like, no, you can't. When in all actuality, he can. You can't say things publicly that you don't want to be asked about publicly. That just doesn't really make any sense unless you're just that grossly unaware of what you're doing, right? Which again is why Nick does not bother me, because for a young guy, right, and for for where he's at in life, he still has so much to learn that, to me personally, with the experience, and this could be because I have younger brothers, it just doesn't make sense to be upset with him, right? Maybe if my brothers were older than me, I'd have a different thought process about that. But because they're younger than me, it just doesn't make sense to be upset. By the time Nick is 35 years old or 40 years old, he's going to probably have said so many things that he's like, God, why was I saying that? Why didn't somebody stick my foot in my mouth or their foot in my mouth? And we do that as we grow and we mature and we learn. So that's why it doesn't bother me that he's saying that. But he really felt like Piers Morgan was attacking his dad, even though I didn't personally feel like that, and a lot of people did not. But, like he said, my dad could get fired from his job. He's not here to defend himself. But all Piers Morgan was putting out there was, do you think, is it possible that your father could have been racist because he was deciding where you guys would go eat based on, if black people went there or not? And I think I kind of explained this to my wife. And I told her, I said, to me, all I see here is a lack of awareness. Because what I see here is that it looks like that even if Nick didn't start out racist, at some point in the interview, he says that his best friend in the first grade was black. Me being the type of interviewer I am, I guess I would have followed up with the question, what was his name? Because Piers Morgan didn't do that. So I probably would have tried to do something like that. But I told my wife he could have genuinely not started out racist, but because his dad maybe was walking around the house saying racist stuff, acting in a racist way, some of that could have rubbed off on Nick. He goes by Bill Fuentes, right? I told my wife the only part of that sounds Spanish is Fuentes, right? Bill, there's what Mexican guy do you know named Bill? I mean, yeah, there are black guys that can be called Bill because their first name might be William, but as far as like a Mexican guy, far few in between. Definitely you're gonna think William, a white man, for the most part overall, right? So even his father doesn't really try to identify with his Mexican heritage. He just doesn't talk a lot about it, So I'm like, well, he's either ashamed of it or he's just, happy that with the half side of his dad that's white and the side of his mom that's Italian, he can just kind of run with that and not claim anything else. But I'm like, Nick, he's not white. Like, he's just not white. If anything, he's like a mixed beaner at the most. But he's like, he's just not white. Like, it is what it is. That's not even me saying a derogatory statement. He just is what he is.
Let's take a listen to this. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, here's the thing.
There was a moment there where I really thought it was going to pass out.
Low IQ retard will hear this and think that this stops. If somebody is going to actually take this approach in life, this stops at them what? Not getting on the elevator when a black guy's in the elevator, crossing the street when they see a black guy walking down the street, even though, again, 99.9% of black people in any given year will not commit a murder, statistically. But, okay. But what happens when someone who thinks like this has to hire people? Do you see why DEI and affirmative action is necessary? Nick has already exposed that there are a lot of white people who feel like this. This is why he's comfortable talking like this, because he's not worried that he's going to make it so that he can't have any fans and continue to earn a living. And so what happens when one of those guys is believing this fucking bullshit? They're not going to hire you as a black person. And so when you're a black person, an honest person, never committed a crime in your life, never committed a violent crime in your life, you're qualified, you have the degrees, you have the certification, and the only thing stopping you from feeding yourself and your family are fuckers like this who think like this and who speak like this, well then, of course the government needs to step in and put things in place to make it so that you cannot discriminate against the hiring of black people, or even going a step further and incentivizing companies to hire black people. Why? Because they're going to hire the black people, and guess what? They're not going to show up. And here's the reality. The only person you're worried about showing up to the job and just shooting everybody is a white guy. There's no company where the manager is walking around and wondering if Tyrone is going to show up tomorrow with the fucking 9 and start shooting it. No. If anybody's going to do that, just based off of history and statistics, it's going to be a white man. And so when the black guy, he gets hired.
And that's so true. It's so true. The funny thing about it is that I've had people really try me like this in the workforce before, right? I remember this, and it was an Asian dude. It was funny. And all we were doing was having a verbal exchange about something that I'm going to be transparent now because he doesn't work with me anymore, that he was doing that was piss poor, right? Like he just had bad GLP. GLP stands for good lab practices, right? He just had bad GLP. And I was frustrated by that because I'm like, dude, this guy's going to really hurt himself or cut his hand off. He's going to do something crazy. So we were just having a verbal dialogue about his, his poor working skills. Let's just say that. And it didn't get irate, right? But we're talking back and forth. He's Asian, right? Pretty docile dude, right? Not all of them are like that, but this particular one was. Because, listen, I actually know some ratchet Asian dudes, right? If you don't know an Asian dude from Philly, right, then I don't know if you really know ratchet Asian dudes. But let's just put it like that, right? So, we're talking, right? And my voice is probably louder than his. I got more bass in my voice than he does, right? And he takes this in a way where he feels like, oh, this verbal exchange can possibly turn into a physical altercation, right? And he kind of said it like that, I don't want us to get upset, because I don't want there to be a fight at work. So I paused and I looked at him and I'm like, are you cool? Literally, that's what I said to him. I said, we are both adults. Before you were working here, because he had came to where I work at, and I had been working there a lot longer than him. So I said, before you came to work here, did you work at a place where people had fights at work? And he said, well, no, I've never seen that. I said, do you fight at work? And then he was probably a year younger than me. So we're pretty much the same age. I'm like, do you fight at work? And he's like, well, no, Asian people are usually, pretty humble. And I said, I don't think I would attribute humble to you guys, but okay, you could be pretty mild-mannered people, but I don't know if I attribute humility, but I got you. And I just looked at him and I said, I'm an adult, and I know you're an adult. I was like, adults shouldn't really fight at work, so I don't think that that's the right word to use, but if you feel uncomfortable in this situation right now, we can resume the talk another day when we have more people around us. And I kind of left it at that. That's what I'm saying. Nobody goes to work thinking that, but you can have, and I have seen this before a lot of the times in corporate America, where you have them acting like, and it's like they always do this. It's just hilarious to me to see it happen. And now I never let it happen, but it's just funny to watch. You'll see them giving a black person some type of news. Maybe it's a performance review, whatever it is, and they don't agree with it. And they're so quick to be like, well, don't get so upset. Don't get so angry. Don't get so mad. You're getting so worked up. You're making a big stink out of things. And it's like, really? Really? Because when your people make a big stink out of things, someone dies. But because I'm upset and I got more bass in my voice, you getting all nervous like I'm about to shoot the place up. Okay, bro. Stop it.
And he does his job and he does it well and he doesn't shoot anybody, then they have to confront the fact that what they believed about black people was false. And this is how things like affirmative action and DEI help to make progress in this society.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand, you're a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So, no, I think that white people...
Maybe it's fine if they lose situation. How is that a loss? How did you lose because you stood next to a black guy and nothing happened?
Well, I think that white people have been beaten into submission. They were afraid to...
The people who did the beatings and the lynchings and the whippings and the rapes are crying about being beaten. Crazy.
Tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And
what would it feel like to wake up on your terms, work from anywhere, and actually enjoy what you do?
Been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person.
Again, look, if this is the case, why is the only example he keeps reaching for is one that involved a black man who was both schizophrenic and not young? Right? You would think if this was happening, if there was this plague of violent young black men on white society, he should be able to reel off like 20 names with ease, like how black people can just reel off names of innocent black people who've been murdered by the police unjustifiably. Right? Why can't you do that as a white man if there is such an issue? Why can't you name Timmy, little Timmy, little Johnny, little Blake, little Blaine, little Tyler, right? Why can't you name all these names of young white people who are just, drinking a cup of coffee when some random rogue, insane young black guy just came up and shot him and stabbed him? Because it doesn't exist. It's not real. This is a fantasy. These people, they don't live in reality.
Right, or Don, like Nick was saying during his whole interview, it happens, but because amongst white people it happens so much less, or to Nick's point, 0.000001, right? So much less than it does with black people. Not something he really accounts for. And Piers Morgan says that. He says, oh, okay, so because this doesn't happen as much amongst white people, you just kind of like ignore that statistic. Like, you don't even pay it any mind. And it's like, no, of course he doesn't. That's the way he drives. That's the way he drives his home runs home. That's why he does that. He doesn't know that much statistics about what white people do, because in Nick's mind, because white people do it so much substantially less than black people do, it doesn't matter. Which I'm like, that's a pretty asinine perspective, in my opinion.
They're extremely violent, and we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago.
That was not a narrative. I never heard that narrative, that the reason black people are violent is because of police brutality. Now, yes, it is true that black people per capita have more violent interactions with the police than white people, because it's also been proven that police officers are more aggressive and more violent with black people. When's the last time you heard about a white guy being shot unjustifiably by the police? Either it doesn't happen or white people don't care about it. Which I think obviously, I do believe that there are white people who do get shot unjustifiably by the police and do suffer from police brutality. Smaller percentage of the population, of course, but I do believe it does happen. But again, this is the thing about white culture, especially racist white culture. They don't actually care about themselves. This isn't actually about helping the white person out. This isn't actually about protecting white people, because when white men are killed wrongfully by the police, they don't care. They don't say anything. They don't protest in the streets. That's not our problem. Why don't y'all have a problem with your own people getting killed by the police? Or it doesn't happen. So why is it that only black people, why is it that only innocent black people get murdered by the police? You don't think that's a problem? Interesting.
Example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up.
Vous voulez parler couramment français? Then pay close attention to what I'm about to say. I want to teach you 5 key principles.
But the nonsense.
Most white people that get mugged are mugged by white people. And you don't think they do the same thing? You don't think white robbers, they also try to appear as least suspicious?
Of course, or as friends, that's happened, whether you've looked at it in the movies or it's happened in real life. They've done that, right? Like tried to be friendly towards somebody or tried to act like they needed a ride somewhere or some sort of help. And the next thing you know, they hurt, right? They shoot or they kill somebody. That's happened amongst both races. But that's what I'm saying. Based on Nick's running theme during this interview, he'd probably say, well, yeah, of course. But that number is substantially lower amongst white people than it is amongst black people.
Ambitious as possible so that you can lower your guard. That's how they end up robbing you. And they do most of the robbing of the white community.
And then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America...
Why does it matter? A very insignificant percentage of black people are murderers. So using your own logic, you see, this is what they want to only talk about per capita when they're trying to attack black people. But as soon as we want to talk per capita with some things going on in your community, like the fact that y'all do these unhinged, crazy mass shootings, this is not what black people do. Gang violence is retaliatory, right? I'm in a gang, you're in a gang. You kill my brother, I kill you. I kill you, your brother kills me. So on and so forth, forever and ever, amen. Black people aren't going into random suburbs and killing innocent black people. Black people aren't going into schools and just shooting up random students. This is the unhinged behavior that we see almost exclusively coming out of the white population, right? And so I argue that it makes far less sense and is far more evil because, yeah, murder is bad, but let's just be honest. If I killed your brother, it kind of makes sense why you want to kill me, right? Explain to me why you as a white guy want to shoot up, a church, a school, a mall. Like, what did these people ever do to you? They did nothing to you.
Vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
what proportion of? What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violence.
You lose. If we're using the per capita argument, then you've lost because Per capita, it's almost all white people doing this shit. If you want to talk about proportionality, well then, as a proportion of the black population, less than 1% of black people ever do this shit. And if you want to say, well, the proportion is still too high, less than 1% is still way too much, right? Less than 0.05% is still way too much. Well, then why do you get into cars? Because you have a much, much higher likelihood of dying in a car crash than you do of ever being killed by a black person.
What distinguishes Indian food is its magical use of spices.
Especially if you're white, but even if you're black. And black people are primarily the group of people that suffer at the hands of black murderers. Again, their arguments all fall apart.
Violent crime or involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, then there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is
what I'm saying to you is, by your logic, if
Pierce isn't getting it, though, he's not getting it. The answer is so easy. All you have to do is turn it back around on him and ask him what percentage of black people commit murders.
We now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%.
It's not, and that's the problem.
And when I was looking at this interview, I thought to myself, like, okay, so immediately I said, you think the Sandy Hook victims care that the amount of, that the percentage of white shooters that commit school shootings are like 0.000001? You think that if you go tell the dad or the lady that lost their son or their daughter, hey, I'm really sorry that you lost your kids, but the amount of white people that do these type of things is only this percentage, but don't live around black people because, like, that's magnified. You think they're really going to give a rip about living around a black person compared to if they could have their child back? This is what I mean by Nick Fuentes. He's at the age where his brain is just now becoming a fully formed, developed brain. Who can get mad at the man for just stating his opinion? Like, that's it. His brain was barely an adult 2 years ago. Like, it's barely formed. So it's like, who can get upset at the kid when he has this type of point of view?
That's the problem. He doesn't know, or he's lying. But either way, he's wrong.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
See, so why is it that you are prescribing that people behave in a certain way based on information that you don't even know? Oh my God. The debate is over right there. Jesus Christ, Piers. I mean, I appreciate this, man. I appreciate you trying. But honestly, if you're not going to do it properly, man, you just make... There are dumb, low IQ white people who are hearing this, and they're thinking that Nick is making sense. Oh, God, man.
It's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs.
No, it's because schools that are in neighborhoods that are funded by property tax, they have more resources. And so the teachers are better paid and the facilities are better. That's why. It has nothing to do with the fear. Again, where is the outrage? Where are the news articles? Oh, today, little Jimmy, who was going to a predominantly black...
If you're watching this right now, I hope, I pray that you don't just scroll past. I hope that when your heart hears,
school was murdered by a Crip. Where's that story? Where's that story? It's not happening. What is happening is little Timmy is getting lined up by fucking Tyler, the incel, who listens to Nick Fuentes.
Gonna be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school.
But they don't shoot indiscriminately. They don't go to school because they're angry and sexually repressed and feel lonely and just take it out on innocent people. They're targeting other people in other gangs, people they got beef with. And obviously it's wrong, and nobody's saying that that's how people should deal with their problems. But trying to make it seem as if they're the same this is completely false.
And all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not feasible.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of... No,
the proportion
again,
of the
are you hearing it? No.
I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a little old baloney. And when you say, well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then,
and yet, the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in them. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe
no one's buying this. This argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis.
No, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you compare the proportion of whites that are violent to the proportion of blacks that are violent? But even more relevant is what percentage of white people are killed by white people. That is what you need to focus on. Why do you have a problem with the one white guy that gets killed by a black guy, but you have no problem with the 8 white guys that get killed by white guys? Explain that.
And that's where me watching the interview in this entirety, I have that context. Because to Nick, again, it's not being done. It's not as prevalent in the white community as it is in the black community. So that's his argument. It's not being done as much. It's not being done as much. Don is making a good point here, though, because even he will say that, well, that crime is up like amongst, black people, harming white people. And Don will say, no, it's not, because most of the time when that happens to a white person, it's not happening by a black person. He's saying most of the time. So it does happen, but Nick is not paying attention to the fact that most of the time it doesn't happen. He's just very stuck on the fact that there's just more violence that he's seen within the black community than in the white community. Where Don comes in at is Don explains it. He tries to give context in the sense where he's like, listen, beef and gangs and stuff like that is not the same as what you're talking about. Like when a white person kills a white person, we're going to argue and fight with people that we have beef with, a person that's been, and that's probably, not too difficult for Nick to understand because he does have black friends, but it just depends on where he's at with them, right? So, yeah, Don, that's the reason why he doesn't pay attention to stuff like that. He pays more attention to the one black guy that if it happened, killed the one white guy than the 8 white guys than the one white guy that killed the 8 white guys, because it just doesn't happen that often. That one white guy that killed those other 8 white guys, that might happen once every 10 years, right? But black people, but black gangs like that, that's pretty much was Nick's energy during the interview.
Problem is people being killed. Fuck per capita. Fuck per capita. If what you really care about is the loss of life, why not prioritize the greatest source of the loss of life in your community, which is your own people? It's because you're racist and you don't actually care about the loss of life. You're just looking for any angle that you can exploit to demonize black people.
So the monologue is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment? People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment. We see what it's like, and the threat.
Listen, if you've been Googling side hustle or escape the 9 to 5 lately, this video found you for
sure. In terms of probability, it's not even comparable.
You're right. You have a far greater likelihood, if you're a white person, of being killed by a white person in all of these cities. That's the reality. Sure, if you're a white person and for whatever reason you decide to wander into a black neighborhood that you're not from, that you don't know any of the people, that has a high rate of violence, yeah, you're more than likely going to be killed by a black person than a white person. The grand majority of the people there are black, and it's a very violent neighborhood. But so long...
Yeah, and at least if you're not killed, you're probably very likely to get beat up. So I would say I agree with Don on that one there.
As long as you stay in the areas that you are from and that you operate within, well, then the greatest threat to you is a white man.
And I would say this, to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare, and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in the city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
Black and white also.
Well, if there's too much black on white, then there is way too fucking much white on white.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you can go ahead and check out the entire debate between Nick and Piers Morgan. They talk about other things as well. We probably will react to some other segments from this interview. But yeah, man, you guys go ahead and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Thank you for watching. And until next time, peace out.
Major cities, then there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you.
portion of blacks that are violent. But even more relevant is what percentage of white people are killed by white people. That is what you need to focus on. Why do you have a problem with the one white guy that gets killed by a black guy, but you have no problem with the 8 white guys that get killed by white guys? Explain that. If the problem is people being killed, fuck per capita. Fuck per capita. If what you really...
Right, if the problem is loss of life and people losing their lives and being killed, then why are you so worried about the 1, right, instead of the 8? And that's why I said, because in context of the interview, that was Nick's thing. It's not happening as much on the white side as it's happening on the black side. That was his thing.
Care about is the loss of life. Why not prioritize the greatest source of the loss of life in your community, which is your own people? It's because you're racist and you don't actually care about the loss of life. You're just looking for any angle that you can exploit to demonize black people.
So the monologue is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment. We see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable.
You're right. You have a far greater likelihood, if you're a white person, of being killed by a white person in all of these cities. That's the reality. Sure, if you're a white person and for whatever reason you decide to wander into a black neighborhood that you're not from, that you don't know any of the people, that has a high rate of violence, yeah, you're more than likely going to be killed by a black person than a white person. The grand majority of the people there are black, and it's a very violent neighborhood. But so long as you stay in the areas that you are from and that you operate within, well, then the greatest threat to you is a white man.
And I would say this, to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare, and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're...
I'm just thinking to myself, why does he have to say around their ankles? If they have their pants around their ankles, that means their pants are all the way down. But you know what, Nick? I digress. I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm going to leave it alone.
Gonna run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in the city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
Black and white also.
Well, if there's too much black on white, then there is way too fucking much white on white.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you can go ahead and check out the entire debate between...
I mean, I think, like, see, now, Piers Morgan did things like that masterfully to me. Like, there were times in the interview where he made sure that he got Nick to say, like, you are a racist, right? I don't think that you would argue with the fact that you don't want to live around black people, right? Like, you do view things like this. These are things, but I mean, come on, he's cheating. He's a boomer, right? And he's talking to this young guy who he's completely almost taking advantage of. He's got him all triggered and worked up. And even though I do think Nick did handle himself well, right, for his age, I do. Clearly, you can tell, like, the whole thing about his dad and being racist and things like that, that didn't sit well with Nick. He did not like that at all. All right, let's go to the next clip, guys. Moving right along.
3 reasons an indexed universal life policy can help you build generational wealth. Do you want your family to be covered from
What's up, guys? Benny. The United Kingdom has anti-free speech laws. You can go to jail for saying naughty words. And so we asked Piers Morgan, how the hell are you going to stay out of jail having Nick Fuentes on your show? And Piers wasn't sure. Well, they did have a live stream just minutes. How are you going to stay out of jail having Nick Fuentes on? The Kingdom has anti-free speech laws. You can go to jail for saying naughty words. And so we asked Piers Morgan.
Hostile towards free speech. They literally sent 12 police officers to arrest a woman in her bathtub for dropping the F word in a text. Oh my God.
How the hell are you going to stay out of jail having Nick Fuentes on your show? And Piers wasn't sure. Well, they did have a live stream just minutes ago. We've clipped some of the spicier, very uncensored clips for you, and I think it's fair to say Piers Morgan is absolutely going to jail. He said it's not going to be a hostile ambush, the show, although it kind of was, actually. All he did was just play the clips of Nick Fuentes on his own show for Nick Fuentes and asked if he agreed with the edgelord commentary inside of those clips. And Nick Fuentes said, yes, I agree. And it was actually really funny. This is true, that Piers Morgan did not censor anything that Nick Fuentes said. Nick Fuentes hyped the interview with this photo of Piers Morgan, sort of setting the tone. And the major takeaway, I think, for everyone is that it is one of the funniest shows they've ever seen. It's one of the funniest interviews Nick's ever done. Insane how outclassed Piers is. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Somebody needs to put Dr. Dre music and glasses at the end. Piers Morgan, when Nick agrees with clips of himself. I didn't plan this far. That really was the majority of the show, frankly, was Nick Fuentes giving his worldview in the form of clips from his show, which have gone viral. Some of them are very, very old. Some of them are recent. And then Piers saying, do you agree with these clips of yourself? And Nick saying, yes, he does. And I'll give you a lot of examples of that. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Nick Fuentes reacting to one of his more famous videos.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. I mean, I don't really know.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI.
What do you think you're going to do there, right? Like, have you ever watched Nick? This is his worldview. Do you think he's going to cry? I mean, you may like it, you may not, but I don't understand what you think you're going to get, like some kind of confession from him. Maybe here's, as I study this, here's one about Nick Fuentes reacting to Tucker Carlson clip. Maybe Piers sort of bought into the whole Nick Fuentes is a very different person in his interviews in corporate media or big time media podcast interviews versus his show, right, on Rumble.
This is actually something that Nick confirmed when Piers brought this up, when he said that, because in the beginning of the interview, Piers Morgan, like towards the beginning, it might not have been the very beginning, but he played a clip by Coleman Hughes, because Coleman Hughes had recently done a video on Nick Fuentes. I watched Coleman change the title of it a couple hours after he had did it. But when he first did it, the title of it was The Two Sides of Nick Fuentes. And then he titled it Nick Fuentes Knows Exactly What He's Doing, something like that. And when he talked about the two sides, he talked about how there's one side of Nick that we see on Rumble, and there's one side of Nick that we see when he goes in his interviews. Whereas interviews, he kind of presents as this kind of mild-mannered, a little bit moderate type of guy who, supports some things, but still is outspoken about a lot of other things that seems kind of radical. And then on Rumble, he's just straight up ignorant, right? Not ignorant, ignorant, right? Obnoxious, right? And he's just saying some of the craziest stuff. He actually confirmed this when Piers Morgan brought this up on the interview yesterday. Nick said, yeah, to an extent, you are seeing two different people. He talked about how on other platforms he started off a lot smaller, and he did on Rumble too, but he grew. But he said, I had a lot smaller audience a couple years ago, and it was a much more intimate audience, and we had a lot more inside jokes that we did. So as my audience grew, like, a lot of those inside jokes stayed, which that made sense to me, right? It's kind of like my channel now. Like, yeah, where I'm at, I've had some videos. If you guys go back and see, you can see that I have some videos that have done pretty decent for themselves. And then I have some videos that have done pretty moderate. The reason why I like my channel now is because when you guys hop in and out of the chat, it's very easy for me to interact with you. It's very easy for the mods to interact with you, right? Because right now we're still pretty small and pretty intimate, right? But as the channel grows and as it gets bigger, that gets a little bit harder because now the chat is larger and now there's more people in the chat, right? So that's why you want to start making foundational people mods so you can kind of keep that intimate setting and you can keep some of those inside jokes within the group, within the channel, as the channel continues to grow. So that's pretty much what Nick did. I heard him articulate that, and that's what I got from that. And that just made sense to me. He's not as aware how big his audience has gotten. Either he's not aware or he is and he just simply doesn't care. But he's had to shift that, whether someone's told him that or not. Now your audience is substantially bigger. And if you want to be known more as this person than that person, you're going to have to be a lot more intentional with your words, what you say, and how they land on people. So Nick did confirm that you are seeing, two different sides of him. So I at least appreciated the honesty. Let's say that.
Maybe that's what it was. But as interviews versus his show, right, on Rumble. Maybe that's what it was. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Here is Nick Fuentes talking about Tucker Carlson.
Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson, when she was, oddly, I like Tucker, we got on well, I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical, and then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a f***ing liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bull is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me, he's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that. But he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
There was a moment there where I really thought it was going to be stuff.
So there's a lot of that. Back and forth. Here's a clip of you. What do you think? Here's a clip of you. What do you think? From a big range of topics. Ultimately, Nick Fuentes distilling his views on mass migration and the Great Replacement theory. To Piers Morgan. I don't know how you argue with this, man. Here we go.
Right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country, and these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world?
1 billion, 2 billion.
This is hilarious because Nick is going on a rant about how basically white people are under attack and they are going to be extinct soon, and not really extinct, but he's like, dude, it's getting to the point where America is not going to be a non-white country, and he's going over the facts with him. And you can tell that Piers Morgan is like, yeah, I'm not even entertaining this. He just comes out of left field and he's like, how many Christians are there in the world? He's literally not entertaining this, but he's also going to go somewhere with this, so let's watch.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So, with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say,
who am I losing to?
White people,
Who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians
are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there's
You know what
going
makes
to be
me
a
laugh
white
though?
Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
You're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, I'm coming to the same part because
some of the other spicier interactions, and again, the full 2-hour video is available on Piers' channel. That scoundrel, he made the chat only for subscriber members of the channel. You can see what. So Piers was raking it in here. Nonetheless, Piers Morgan getting cooked on crime statistics in this exchange. Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
my son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black.
And we talked about this, right? That's everybody. That's not just black people. That's Hispanic people when they make a little bit more money. That's poor white people when they make a little bit more money, right? Nick Fuentes lives in a diverse neighborhood right now. He went on record to be transparent about that with Piers Morgan. You know where I bet you Nick Fuentes is not going to move to right now as his money is getting up there and he's getting more notoriety and he's growing? He's not going to move to a trailer park. I know that part. Right? And I know that the white people in the trailer park, if they were to turn around and get money, they're not going to stay there, right? They're going to move to a better suburban part of wherever they're from, right? So this is not just black people that do that. This is just people in general. We talked about that already when Don was reacting to it, that as things get better, right, they position themselves better.
Men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
Your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double-check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100? Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But, I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean, this is
a lot of white people commit murder, too. Well, they do, though.
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population, blacks are 13%. Mm-hmm. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's with the
shootings.
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
And then Nick Fuentes is asked if he's a Fed. This is something that is often thrown around, including by Elon Musk this last week. Like, Nick Fuentes, are you a Fed? Elon Musk said, yes, he is definitely a Fed because he wasn't prosecuted for January 6th. Here's the reaction.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed, that you're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true? No. 100, you've never worked for the government in any capacity?
I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out. But I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022, I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
Vous voulez parler couramment français? Then pay close attention to what I'm about to say. I want to teach you 5 key principles.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this footage, I thought this was crazy. I didn't even know Nick was at January 6th. I had no idea he was at January 6th at the White House, and he's the guy with the microphone. So if you guys can't see him and you're wondering where's Nick at, he's the guy with the microphone.
And under oath.
Footage has come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look. You all heard there shouting down your loud inhaler, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The capital belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. You don't support law and order.
No, I support law and order, but on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. And, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So,
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
I think compliments to both sides in that interview. It was absolutely uncensored. That was what was promised. It wasn't exactly a non-ambush interview, but Piers Morgan let the guy speak, and the internet got what it wanted, right? Absolute clip machine. And if you check your timeline, I'm sure that's all you will see for the next couple of days. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we've often said, more conversations, more commentary, more people talking to each other, more people living out the values of free speech, and more people letting the best ideas win. More debate. That's how you fix things and lower the temperature. Not silencing, deplatforming, and, violence, quite frankly. And that's what we've seen. So the alternative...
I mean, to Benny's point, don't get me wrong, like Nick has been problematic throughout the years, right? This is why we saw Nick banned on so many different platforms. He said some crazy things, he's crossed lines, and a lot of people have not liked it. With that being said, a lot more people did not like him being banned off platforms, and that's including me. Now, that censorship stuff, I'm not with that. That's not okay. You might not like what the guy is saying. You just don't watch what he's saying. It doesn't matter. But to do the censoring thing, I mean, Nick's like banned from banking. Like some of the stuff he says he was banned from, I'm like, this is literally insane. If this guy is like 27, 26 right now, this stuff was happening to him from like 19 on. I'm like, his life was probably miserable. Think about how stressed out that is for a young guy to be going through, right? Just because people don't like what he's saying, just because people are like, oh, he likes Hitler and he likes Stalin. I'm like, Who cares that he likes those people? Like, he's not the person that he is today, he will not be that person in 15 or 20 years. And even if he's close to the person he is today, he won't be exactly the same. We live, we grow, we learn. Like I said, Nick's brain is just now forming into a fully adult brain. So maybe some of the stuff he says will change, the rhetoric will change, maybe it won't. But either way, like, that's why I play Nick on the channel, because Nick doesn't offend me. I'm older than Nick. Like, I'm not bothered by Nick, not even in the least at all. All right, guys, so we're gonna go to the last clip of the live stream. We're gonna play a Christian clip. Aaron Page, shout out to Aaron Page, channel favorite. He's talking about how celebrity fatigue is becoming a thing, especially amongst Christians in the body of Christ. So this is the time. Usually I end the live stream with a Christian clip, or I start it, right? So all of the demons and devils, you guys probably ain't going to want to stay in here, but you can, right? Because we know that Satan knows the Bible. I'm going to play a Christian clip. So if you want to stay and hear this word. If you don't want to stay, I'll see you tomorrow for the live stream.
Eleven Labs proudly introduces Studio 3.0.
You can have people are starting to get tired of Hollywood, celebrities, and the dark things that they continuously throw in our faces, and the very evident drift away from reality that we're seeing today. And I cannot say that I'm upset that this is happening, okay? There's a really good theory out there about why this is taking place, and I want to show you guys that. But before we watch that, I have some clips that's going to actually make sense of what we're seeing and the very evident drift from early 1900s Hollywood up until now, okay? I want to show you guys these videos. Let's watch them and react to them. Before we do me a quick favor. Hit that like button for the algorithm so that this video can reach more people like yourself. I truly appreciate you guys. Let's hop in.
I really don't know where else to say this, but I am so sick of celebrities. Like, all of them. All of them. I mean, right now, I feel there's such a disconnect between people with things and people without things. And the people with things are the people we see all day. They're the people creating the art. They're creating movies, songs, all these things. And we're just down here toiling, selling our time to survive. And like, I don't know. I don't know if I like anyone. Like, I don't like any celebrity. And the reason I'm saying this, my coworker asked me the other day if I watched the Grammys. I'm like, the Grammys? The Grammys? Why would I watch the Grammys? Like, I'm not going to watch a show praising a bunch of rich celebrities who already have it great. Like, I mean, I would watch a award show praising a single mom in Bronx, but no. Grammys, no.
Now, I'm not 100% sure why we used to idolize celebrities. Maybe it's because of what we wanted that they had, or maybe because of the fame that they had and we wanted that. But what I can say now is that many people don't want to be like a celebrity. Many people don't idolize celebrities anymore. In fact, we see celebrities as infamous instead of famous because we know how they got there. We know the things that they do. We know that Hollywood is truly disgusting, okay? And I want to show you guys this clip right here. This is Gene Deal.
Okay, so those of you guys that don't know this gentleman Aaron is about to play, this is Gene Deal. This is Diddy's security guard. He was his security guard for many years. Gene Deal is the reason why I know so much about Diddy. It's not because of the Netflix documentary. It's not because of Gene Deal and Jaguar Wright. So those of y'all that know, you already know. Way before 50 did his Netflix thing, he was on Instagram calling Diddy out with the gay stuff. Jaguar Wright was trying to warn people for years. Everybody said she was crazy. Gene Deal was saying things for years. So the things that I know about Diddy, I learned from those two people. If 50 included those two people in that Netflix documentary anyway, interviewed them, got any information from them, then I know that that documentary is crazy. One thing Aaron Page is touching on here is just the chase of fame. And it just came to me thinking about it as a follower of Jesus. It's something that we see in scripture, Jesus running from fame. Every time the people tried to make Jesus a king or make him somebody important in the public square, he always avoided that, right? And it's something that as Christians, we have to really learn how to do. I think at some point in time, we all get a little bit guilty of I mean, it's nothing wrong with it, but having goals, having aspirations, having ambition, right? But there is a such thing as godly ambition, and it looks very different than your own selfish ambition. So I'm glad that this was a topic Aaron covered, because yeah, people are getting tired of like the whole celebrity lifestyle, not being able to obtain it or have anything like it. So what they're realizing is that they shouldn't desire those things, right? It's not that they can't ever have it, but it's no need to desire things like that. God gives fame to those he's given fame to, and if that's not something you have, it doesn't mean it can't change, but it's just not something that the Lord gave you, right? And it's not something that we should chase or we should have a desire for. We should be content with whatever life the Lord has given us. So let's keep watching.
Was P. Diddy's bodyguard for a long time. He speaks about his feelings on celebrities and why we shouldn't idolize them, and his relationship between P. Diddy and how P. Diddy treated him because he was a regular person. Okay, we're going to watch this, and then I got to show you guys a clip of P. Diddy speaking out on stage, something truly terrifying that makes sense today when we look at P. Diddy as of now. Okay, let's check this out.
If you believe in God,
if you're watching this right now, I hope, I pray that you don't just scroll past. I hope that when your heart hears that,
don't have no idols, no false idols. When you look at those people
now, okay, let's check this out.
If you believe in God, don't have no idols, no false idols. When you look at those people that you think are somebody, or they all that, they just regular people with a little bit more money. Me and Puff used to get into arguments. You broke cop? I say, broke cop? I said, you got a ring, I got a ring. You got a watch, I got a watch. You got a chain, I got a chain. You got a car, I got a car. You got a house. You ain't got nothing that I don't have, brother. It might be different values, but you don't have nothing I don't have. Love the things that you have, not that you want.
For those who don't know, your profession was a bodyguard.
Not at all. My profession was, I was a professional at the New York State Parole Office, where I worked for 27 years. My profession first was, like I said, parole officer, then investigator. Then that bodyguard thing was just me looking after, people that was in our crew and clique.
You're a pretty big guy. You probably could have had your way in the streets. What made you go that route?
I'd rather have a slow nickel than a fast dollar any day. Ain't nothing wrong with a slow nickel, bro. A slow nickel build communities. A slow nickel keep you home with your girl.
I really like Gene Deal, P. Diddy's ex-bodyguard, and
I remember the first time that I watched that interview and Gene said that. I'd rather a slow nickel than a fast dollar. It's like if you grew up in the city and you grew up around certain things, if you know, you know. And when he said that, I was just like, amen to that. Like, amen to that. A slow nickel rather than a fast dollar. And it's like, that stuff will get you killed, man. The things out in the streets that Diddy was doing and that he saw. And I know exactly what he's talking about. So I appreciate Aaron Page bringing these guys up, because these are the guys that really knew. Like, they really knew Diddy before everybody knew Diddy. And this is how I found out all the information I did. So I'm excited to watch the Netflix special. But that's the reason why I don't think I've been, like, caught up on it. Because I've been watching Gene Deal and Jaguar Wright talk about Diddy for years now. For years.
one of the reasons why is because from what I can see, he's always been truthful about Hollywood and P. Diddy and the hip hop scene. He's never, he's never allowed the chance of being successful and getting money and becoming part of Hollywood and all of that. He's never allowed that to shift him from the truth and shift him from speaking out against some of the things that he saw, okay? Did you guys see P. Diddy's documentary? That was crazy. If you haven't seen it, you got to check it out. It's absolutely insane. I don't know how he got off with only a couple of years, but honestly, it's insane. But you listen to what P. Diddy is saying right here, because this lets you know just like how they think, how people in Hollywood think, how these rappers and stuff think. And I'm telling you, when we look at this last clip of celebrities, okay, let's check this one out real quick.
I'm going to take your souls. We have the power. We decide what's hot. If we don't go, nobody goes. If we don't support, nobody supports. We control what's cool, We control what's hot. We control what your kids listen to, what they dance to. We control what's in video games. We control how they wear their pants, sag their pants. We control everything.
P. Diddy said it out of his own mouth, and he is 100% right.
Yeah, he's 100% right. It's crazy to hear him say it like that, too. I remember that. In hindsight, looking back, it's like, and then what did he start with? We control your souls. Yeah, no one has your soul except God if you're a believer in Christ. So that's crazy. I got to check out that Diddy documentary. But I'm going to go ahead and I want to end this live stream, guys. I got a couple more minutes that I want to watch this Diddy thing, and then I'll probably bring it back tomorrow for the daily live stream. So let's watch a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to let you guys go.
They have been controlling the things that we do. They've been controlling the trends, what's popular. They've been controlling what our kids see, the TV shows they see. Look at Nickelodeon, the crazy mess that took place with them, right? It's gotten crazy, okay? And honestly, it's because we were idolizing them and we were letting them do whatever they want. And I think the growth of social media and the growth of influencers and people speaking out about the darkness that's taking place is actually shining light onto the things that were hidden. And now we can actually see, like, this stuff is disgusting. These people are not, they're not normal people. Things have been done to them. Words have been said to them to cause them to have this dramatic shift to where now we have this huge separation from actors, singers, models, right? Like politicians. There's a huge separation from them and everyday people. And it's evident, okay? I have to show you guys how they separated from what they were in the early 1900s and even early 1950s and 40s up until now. And honestly, if I can be honest, even though this is like, you know, very old school, I prefer to see this type of Hollywood over what we see today. I'm going to show you guys this early version of Hollywood and acting and dancing. And then I'm going to show you guys what it looks like today. And it's
Romantic.
Oh, you just didn't want to get romantic. What are you saving it for?
Well, I thought we were above that sort of thing.
Oh, well, Henry, maybe you are. I hope I'm...
What would it feel like to wake up on your terms, work from anywhere, and actually enjoy what...
Not...
the way that Hollywood conducted themselves early in different times that we've seen.
Any more demonic than that? Quite literally shocked the world with one of the most demonic performances we have ever seen. Part 1. At the Grammy Awards earlier on in the year, Sam Smith quite literally shocked the world.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when that happened. I think was it a year or two ago? I don't know where I think he's performing Unholy, right? Sam Smith. I didn't see it, but I heard about that. And people was like, that thing was demonic. They were like, that was pretty crazy. Some people were freaked out by it. And these are things that we have to guard ourselves against as followers of Christ. I appreciate all of you guys that stuck around to listen to some of the Word of God by Aaron Page. I will bring that back tomorrow since we didn't get a chance to finish the video just because of what is pertaining to celebrity fatigue, right? Everybody's always talking about black fatigue, white fatigue. I'm like, okay, instead of color, how about something that we all could be fatigued by? Celebrity, right? Fame. So we'll watch that. We'll finish watching that tomorrow. I will see you guys. It's already tomorrow. I'll see you guys in a couple hours for the daily live stream. So until then, guys, take care of yourselves. Take care of one another. Love yourselves. Love one another. Be peaceful. And tell somebody about Jesus. Peace.